Hola, muy buenos días,
Good morning
tardes.
or good afternoon, good night, as everyone is joining us. And I welcome you to this hybrid webinar looking at the mechanism of unsolicited proposals, private initiatives, and their contribution to infrastructure development, the challenge in the area of innovation, efficiency, and best international practices. We're looking at, we have representatives from Australia, Korea, South Korea, Canada, and other countries. And we're very pleased to welcome you as we discuss these private initiatives. I offer the floor to our representatives from the IDB group in Chile. Florencia, go ahead. Thank you, Ancor. And welcome to everyone. It's a pleasure to have you with us as we begin here from Chile. And we again welcome all our audience, virtual audience. We know that we have people from many other regions throughout the world, and we'd like to also welcome our participants from the various governments: Australia, Canada, South Korea, Canada. And since the IDB group is a part of the mission to identify and share experiences in order to improve public sector infrastructure development. We know that the private sector also plays a key role. For every dollar invested in infrastructure in Latin America and the Caribbean, generates actually has a multiplying effect. And that's why it is crucial to plan and have efficient planning that must be supported in infrastructure. For example, the investment needs are enormous. 3.12% of GDP, according to estimates, are required in order to continue to bridge gaps in Latin America and the Caribbean. Currently, from the fiscal macroeconomic perspective, we need to redouble our efforts on increasing efficiencies and effectiveness. The relevance of the private sector is obvious for the region, from the developers to the financiers, in providing assets, in improving services. And on the other hand, Latin America and the Caribbean is the region in the world where we have historically we have seen the most important levels of private sector investment in infrastructure. So we need to ensure that private sector initiatives support the development initiatives and at the same time create opportunities. Once we look at the potential with working with government and infrastructure projects, this is a part of the fundamentals of providing better services, including education, sanitation, drinking water, and other key economic initiatives. The international experience has shown, however, that these concepts are not always seen as public initiatives and opening more initiatives for specific infrastructure initiatives, including the private sector participation. And this includes a proposal for moving forward in these initiatives. We need to ensure that these initiatives are well framed and designed within government policies and ensure the proper coordination in channeling investments in countries. All of this is essential and it needs to be guided through efficiencies and innovation. Opportunities must be identified so that we can identify the various private sector mechanisms and provide for an optimum use of assets and resources. We're going to be in this dialogue, first of all, to try to do a deep dive in looking at the private sector as a part of a major partner in addressing these. Also, look at these as mechanisms for a more efficient use that favors also an environment of competitiveness and at the same time working more with local partners, identifying, preparing projects, and through concessions. It's also essential that we we need to look at those successes, share those lessons learned in order to empower the private sector involvement even more to ensure that effective development. I'd like to, first of all, thank you for joining us both here in person and virtually. And we're going to be keenly following the exchange of ideas. And I appreciate once again your participating. I'd like to thank the board here in Chile for having supported taking the next step, looking at alternative approaches in infrastructure development. Thank you. Thank you, Florencia. And now I'd like to offer the floor to the Director General, the Office of Concessions, who will also kick it off with some words of welcome. Good morning. I'd like to thank you for joining us in this important workshop where we're going to be looking at private sector initiatives that contributed to the development of infrastructure in our country, all of this in the framework of best practices. This event is a part of the technical cooperation between the Director General of Concessions and the IDB in order to strengthen our concession system. It's also the right time in order to share lessons learned with other colleagues from Latin America. As you will realize through this video, and unfortunately, I have not been able to attend in person this activity since right now I am accompanying the Minister of Public Works with Invest Chile in a trip through Japan and South Korea to promote the portfolio of investments. And we're going to be having presentations of experts from various countries looking at the challenges involved in improving participation in the private sector in carrying out major infrastructure projects. We know that they play a major role in our system, that we know that there are not greater reforms than those, and they've been closely looked at in Chile. So we are asking key questions. We're looking at questions that will provide us with certain statistics. Looking at the 1990s, since then, we've had 507 initiatives, of which only 13% were declared as a public interest. 25 of them were finally adjudicated. In other words, we're talking about 5% of the total list of infrastructure projects. These statistics have opened up major questions. How can we ensure that proposals are going to make meaningful contributions? Do we have a scheme for optimum rewards? It's through this that we hope to be able to answer some of these questions, identify changes that are required in order to improve these mechanisms. And now to conclude, I would just like to recognize the work developed by the IDB in cooperation with the Council of Concessions in designing and preparing this activity. We also would like to thank them for discussing many of these key issues that are participating in the various panels that include participation from countries throughout the world. Well, thank you very much, Juan Manuel. I'd like to thank all our colleagues from the Department of Concessions as we identify a wide array of topics. We didn't mention this earlier, but for our virtual audience, you can also listen to these comments either in English, Spanish, or Portuguese. Some of the presentations we have today are going to be given in English, some in Portuguese, but those of you who've connected through Zoom, you can just go down to the globe icon on your lower right-hand corner and select the language of your choice. So now we're going to introduce the director of the single window for PPP. Well, thank you very much. I'd like to thank all of you. And as Juan Manuel so aptly stated, it is a strategic priority to be able to maintain close cooperation, working with other departments of concessions, as Florencia also indicated. Chile is one of the countries in the forefront in developing these models. We've been very successful in implementation of these projects. They have a lot of lessons to share. And of course, the tradition as Juan Manuel mentioned, is we're looking at what has worked, our success stories, what hasn't worked, and we are with the IDB as a major partner. We are hoping to provide those bridges of experiences, not just the success story in Chile, but also other countries that are in the middle of these processes, working with the concessions and private sector initiatives that can also learn from these and draw lessons, and also the possibility of drawing on global experiences such as those from South Korea and Australia, so that we can have also other references, including Canada as well. In other words, developed economies that have well-established programs, how they have developed and also fine-tuned these projects to achieve greater efficiency and effectiveness, working with the private sector in the area of concessions. These efforts, headed by the bank, this single window, is the result of the completion and abeyance of the mandates that with the new strategic priorities that address not only the issues of efficiency and private sector initiatives as a major mechanisms to identify, structure, public infrastructure projects that are maintained and supported through the private sector that require also public sector participation to materialize the results that we're seeking. Also, we need to prioritize the advantages of innovation and efficiencies, especially for those areas that are innovative vis-a-vis the traditions of the country involving private sector participation, and where the incorporation of these can lead to greater efficiencies. So the effort headed by the bank is in accordance with the mandate of not only using applied and evidence-based projects to support these initiatives, but also incorporate the private sector in a more efficient way in order to achieve the stated objectives. Well, I would like to thank Ancor, and I'd like to thank all of you for the efforts that you undertake in Chile, actually the entire region. The countries are in different stages of development in concessions and also private sector initiatives, the generation and management of many of these projects. And the single window office is a very key partner, and we're very happy to have you here. And having heard both of you, the issue of transparency is also crucial, because our societies in Latin America are, we see, for example, increasing sometimes mistrust from the public. That's why we need to make sure that there's the greatest transparency as we, especially in the management of public works. That's crucial. I'm sorry for interrupting. No, you go right ahead. That's perfect. Well, now we have a very busy agenda ahead of us, and we can't see whether the presentation is posted, or is it up? If we could share the presentation, that would be fantastic. We could, as Florencia and Gastón already mentioned, up to the present, with the IDB, we've been looking at how we can provide public sector recommendations that can improve the reception management, follow-up, and oversight of private sector initiatives. And in that regard, we have, just as with any series of recommendations, we need to start off with a diagnostic study. And here in Chile, we're looking at how is Chile doing, but how have other countries done in the area in terms of assessing the private sector initiatives with reference to unsolicited proposals. And as Gastón already mentioned, we have efforts that with the inputs, we hope to improve in the diagnostic studies, and as well as how can we introduce reforms into the private sector and public sector management of projects. So we, from the bank, probably maybe not the most satisfying because we have to discuss the challenges, and we're going to allow our international partners and experts to talk about the rest. So let's move on with this presentation. If we could now put up on the screen our first presentation. Yes, if I may.
Entiendo si me pueden confirmar si
If we could make sure if everyone online can see the presentation, we can just confirm that. Thank you. I'd like to thank Enrique Dominguez, who is the author of this publication. As I mentioned, we're going to be looking at the regional evidence, the top, but we also have all of the recommendations based on experiences gleaned. When we look at best practices, experiences of Australia, Canada, South Korea, we'd like to hear them. We know that they have very kindly offered to give presentations looking at South Korea, Australia, and we're very appreciative. We'd like to thank them ahead of time for their involvement. So if we could move on to the next slide. We know that the process that Juan Manuel had mentioned in the introduction, looking at over 500 initiatives, private sector initiatives, if we look at the compared to other neighboring countries, we see a level of development in terms of PPP concessions. Looking at Brazil together with Chile, are really regional leaders in terms of concessions, looking at the economic impacts, but also some of the other experiences from other countries that have a long-term tradition, including Colombia, Peru. We're going to be focused on the most analytical aspects and statistics so that we can then do a deep dive in the technical discussions. So the next slide shows that if we look at the global approaches, one thing that is evidence is that and this is something we'll be looking at throughout the presentations. We see how the regulatory processes and other areas, well, we see this throughout the world. In effect, more than 60% of the concessions from the PPP allow for or encompass the private initiatives, private sector initiatives, and in fact, 38%, although they're not encompassed explicitly, they also use, in other words, more than 90% of countries around the world use the private sector initiative mechanisms. So if we look at the reformulation of policies, we're going to be listening as to how other countries have addressed this. So it's important to point out, and I hope for our colleagues online, and we have this publication that's going to be made available to everyone if you want to look at some of the details for, well, looking at Chile and the rest of the region. We have statistics here that show that legislation, including specific projects that ensure the consistency of private sector initiatives with infrastructure projects, and planning, this is essential. As Gastón and Florencia already mentioned, and Juan Manuel, who talked about the director of the concessions in Chile, this is a public sector initiative, and it's a public sector policy structure. So from the public sector, we can work on better providing the mechanisms, the scenarios that welcome and introduce efficiencies in the planning process, but strictly from the public sector. So we know that the consistency, we talk about the global approach, it shows that on many occasions, these private sector initiatives are sometimes have turned their back on the infrastructure projects. So from the, this is a major error. They should not be designed to create parallel paths. It's through specific mechanisms we need to ensure that we can draw the advantages from the private sector based on attracting efficiencies and innovations, looking at infrastructure planning that requires considering the private sector. This is what needs to be the emphasis to, instead of replacing, we need to looking at some of the results taken from countries and experiences. If we're not doing this, then the policies are not serving the purposes that they were designed for. What we see instead, in many cases, are private and public sector going down parallel paths. So this is something that needs to be carefully addressed. That's the first part of my discussion points. Secondly, this is really the discussion or the basis of our discussion for today. I'd like to thank Juan Eduardo Chaquel, who's been leading the entire agenda. And I think this has been an excellent starting point. So looking at the best practices document that was prepared, we look at the list of key principles, looking at the specific challenges that include fledgling sectors in the area of concessions, looking at inputs that have made it even more complex in identifying many infrastructure needs, to analyze the performance of a private sector and also in terms of efficiency. This requires a process that in the day-to-day management of public sector resources, the governance of institutions involved in managing concessions, we have the look at, for example, of specific inadequate costs, additional human resources, skilled human resources that must be evaluated, that are providing enough time, for example, our systems. Are we looking at the proper and efficient use of the resources? Looking at governance, we have to align these with the infrastructure policies. One of the experiences, international experiences in identifying infrastructure projects like in Australia, we have, and also we'll hear from our colleagues as to how they are involved in this integration process in the planning. And to not delay too much in this part of the presentation, let's move on to the 4 key economies that we discussed in this session. We have the case of Brazil to begin with. Brazil has its own system of regulatory processes that governing concessions, we may have a very different reality and different experience here. So we're going to be looking at some of the facts and achievements here. We can see the following. If you look at, just to not spend too much time on this, if we look back in the 1990s, they passed the first legislation in the regulatory process. They introduced a series of proposals. What was the uniqueness of this from the very beginning? The fact that the state, the government, prioritizes the development of these development projects. There was already a series of requests and requirements to improve development. So as a result, the proposals that were submitted were framed in areas which the government pre-identified as the areas that were most apt for receiving private sector participation. If we look at here we see those, what's interesting is that we're seeing mechanisms for projects that are innovative, different, which in theory make up, in other words, this is what we are expecting. For example, transportation projects, highway construction, 12% of in its analysis, we're looking at more than 700 initiatives. 7% reflect the highway and transportation sector. And if we look at the case of Chile, it's actually much more than 12%. It's 70%. So we see, and how did different countries have arrived at different priorities? And that's one area of the diversity that we're seeing, especially looking at the Brazil example. Now with when Juan Manuel, we looked at the success rates, those projects that initially were prepared, and how many of these wound up successfully in the market. And if I remember, in the case of Brazil, but 5.1%. And is this good? Is it bad? Perhaps it may be that the majority of the private sector initiatives achieve a bidding process. They may not be very good. Maybe 1 out of 20 is what desirable. So here it depends on the quality. So what we need is to have processes so that the proposals have sufficient levels of quality that will respond to the public policy priorities and needs. And as you can see in the slide, if you look at that compared with this, looking at the rate of projects beginning with private sector initiatives, if we can go back 2 slides, if we look at private and public initiatives, if you look at the chart of those proposals, and I'm sorry that the print is so small, it's hard to read, but the proposals in 2013, we see 8.5% were successful. That was in 2013. That if we look at the rate, the next slide, of the public initiatives that were submitted that year, 62.5% of the public requests wound up being submitted to bidding. And if we look at what's not relative here is the comparison between how these projects are designed by the public sector that were submitted to bidding for concessions. So we're looking at between 8 and 62 percentage points. So here, because of Brazil's the size of its economy, if we look at São Paulo, and our presenters from São Paulo and Minas Gerais are going to discuss this in a little more detail. Now, if we look at the case of Chile, and I don't want to spend too much time on this, just in response to some of the introductory comments by the director, in the case of Chile, we see a concentration of 45% is in 45% are highway and projects, road projects. But you said, or 60% earlier. Well, we'll see how this unfolds. 45% represents, well, of only 13% received the support from the concessions department. Of that 13%, 4.7% was submitted to bidding. And this is the figure that was mentioned by Juan Manuel with the data that was shown from the Office of Concessions, but that to 4.7%, 60% of those were highway projects. So here, and I don't want to get ahead of myself of the discussions, but there's two things going on. We see a bias when we look at the initiative of the projects. We look at the types of proposals that the government is receiving. And then within the process itself, we see this focused on a sector. And this is my own personal opinion, but looking at it from the single window perspective, the PPP single window, this is a capacity for innovation, which is less. It should be a sector that should have a much greater public sector driven and also the private sector initiatives should be aimed at projects that the state is not able to identify, and the capacity to identify the highway development is one of the strengths of a country like Chile, where we have a concessions system that is highly developed in highway infrastructure. And I'm sure our staff here from the transportation division can vouch for that. And if we look at the case of Colombia,
we somehow focus on the more provocative data. But here we see a case that is equally interesting. If you look at the screen here, throughout the last decade, we have over 600 initiatives that were presented. And if you look at these 600 initiatives that were reviewed today, there's an evaluation process of around 140 initiatives. And as you very well know from the public counterpart, this is truly complicated. And from a point of view of resources, for example, from the General Directorate of Resources that has the work of evaluating public initiatives and to receive these initiatives from a point of view of the oversight management of the process, it's very complex. And that's why the second level that we will address has to do with how to introduce efficiencies in the process so that the public sector can be applied in these processes. And if you look at the chart at the top, you see this drop in 2016 and on. This is probably showing that the system, a depletion in the system, because if we propose private initiatives that are constant in the supervision process because we don't have adequate resources to follow up on them, the receiving of these initiatives will be worse because we're not solving what is happening with the previous ones. So this indicates how we can establish mechanisms that can somehow introduce or apply follow-up or analysis by stages that will guarantee that this exhaustion will not occur, as also happened in a case of Brazil. But it would be good to hear the Brazilian colleagues about this. And here we'll have the same concentration and very similar levels to what happens in Chile and very similar to what we see in the market, which is 3% of the total. Now, an additional layer to this is that 3% that comes to the market, only 0.6 of that 3% received interest from third parties. So 2.4% of the 3%. So most of those that reached the bidding process were ones that did not receive proposals by anybody else than the proposer. So this is something that in Chile does not happen because of other types of mechanisms where competitiveness and private initiatives are much higher. But you can see that the numbers are similar within economies with a considerably high number of projects. And finally, the case of Peru, that we will also have the privilege to hear the colleagues from the Ministry of Economy and Finance of Peru. This is very similar to what happened in the first case of Brazil that I mentioned. And here in 2018, a decree was established that indicated that as of that moment, the presentation of private initiatives should be done. And I read in the decree, based on the opportunity and the subjects determined, and the included sectors must include in a supreme decree the needs for these services linked to research, technological innovation. What was achieved with this? To turn this around, and this has a great focus on social infrastructure projects, water, sanitation, that we are very proud of being a part of. And with over the 230 projects that we review here, 38% responds to the water and sanitation sector. So here we see how some type of introduction of practices for regulatory guidance or orientation can have a clear effect on the market. Let's say not in what is desirable, but on how these proposals align to what the state indicates that is necessary and timely based on the process for private initiatives. I don't really want to go into this much further. There are some additional slides to what I've already mentioned that basically summarize these main matters that I was mentioning in terms of, as we've said, innovation. It is very complex to talk about innovation in the case, for example, that we saw for Chile, Colombia. Most of the processes have to do with road projects with less capacity for innovation in relative terms that have had a poor performance, less than 5% in general terms, but that, well, and except in the Chilean case, this has generated very little interest. And governance that I also mentioned, 6% of the cases analyzed at a country level show some type of consistency between private initiatives and solicited proposals. And well, in this phase, we wanted to address the bad news, what needs to be improved, almost as a disclaimer, but we don't want you to think that we're here just for the negative parts. But this analytical study presents this just for the record so that you could know that these things exist and to present some recommendations on how to turn this situation around. Our intention with this publication is to take all your inputs that will result from this rich discussion and see how we can improve the product that will be available as soon as possible to share with you, not only with the government of Chile, but also with all our counterparts that are interested in learning and knowing more about this. It will be a public document. So I thank you beforehand for what you will be presenting and for the discussions that we'll have. So with no further ado, I think that this would be the right time to put up the agenda so that we can hear our colleagues from Australia and Korea, as I said, that because of time zones, we really appreciate their presence here. So we're going to start with this morning's first panel. Today we have the privilege of having the presence of Australia and also South Korea. We have Yoo-Eun and Peter Collacino.
We have been interacting with Peter for some time now. He's been like very kind to us when it comes to the collaboration with the PPP network in Latin America and the Caribbean. Peter is the project strategy and the transformation lead for Mott McDonald right now, but he was previously the chief of policy and research at the Infrastructure Australia, overseeing and working more than 20 years of experience in public policy. He particularly oversaw the delivery of the key documents for the future of the Australian infrastructure sector, including the 2021 Australian Infrastructure Plan, the 2019 Australian Infrastructure Audit, and the Infrastructure Market Capacity Program. Most recently, he has been involved with supporting the implementation of transformational sector policy supporting agencies, including the Northern River Reconstruction Corporation, Infrastructure Inland Rail, the Unity Water. Peter is also the next contract Australia-New Zealand ambassador and the ICA Enabling Better Infrastructure Working Group member, and works closely with the John Grill Institute for Project Leadership. Peter, thank you so much for being here. We have prepared a couple of questions so you can address the Australian experience when it comes to how to deal with unsolicited proposal. And we would like to start listening from you a little bit about the whole process, the governance of it, and particularly how is the concept of innovation or uniqueness defined, in what criteria does it consider in the case of Australia? Again, thank you so much, Peter.
Thank you so much for that introduction, Ancor. And I've really appreciated the partnership that we've had now over several years around numerous aspects associated with long-term infrastructure planning, procurement, financing, and funding. So I really appreciate this opportunity for a conversation. And I thought I'd start both with an introduction of myself and Mott McDonald, and then jump into the details. So please bear with me as I jump through the slides. So as Ancor mentioned, I am currently the New South Wales Project Strategy and Portfolio Lead for Mott McDonald. I'm also the Australian National Lead for Infrastructure Strategy and Transformation. But I do have a history with Infrastructure Australia, and also, I think quite uniquely, working on both the government and industry side around unsolicited proposals. So I've been involved on the industry side in around $3.6 billion worth of unsolicited proposals, exclusively from the toll road sector, but also on the government advice assessing projects across a diversity of sectors on behalf of the New South Wales government. I've recently joined Mott McDonald, as was mentioned. Mott McDonald is a global engineering management and development consultancy. We have a network of consultants spread globally. We work in areas like project management, commercial operations, strategic advisory, health and digital, all areas that my team covers, as well as providing design services across a number of sectors. It is worth introducing Mott McDonald because while we have a global footprint of around 19,000 staff, there's only 15 of our team members located in South America, a similar number through the Caribbean. But we are actively working globally and clearly engaged across the sector in South America, even if we don't have as many boots on the ground as we have in some other areas. Australia is a very large outpost for our team, and in Australia, the business is divided into 6 sectors: project strategy and delivery, which I lead, as I've mentioned, in New South Wales, as well as buildings, energy, environment and society, transport, water, and increasingly defence. There's a very large focus in Australia on defence, so outside of the traditional built environment focus for many organisations. But the AUKUS treaty with the US and the UK and the eventual procurement of nuclear submarines by Australia has increased the focus on maritime defence infrastructure for the nation. So I thought I'd start just with a quick around the grounds of the Australian infrastructure sector. The nature of our federation means we have a very complex regulatory and investment environment for major projects. This slide, and hopefully it's legible, shows each of the key sectors of transport, energy, water, telecommunications, and social infrastructure, some of the key asset classes, and also the level of regulation and ownership. So what you should be able to see on this slide is the strong dominance of state government. So it's each of the state levels of jurisdiction as distinct to our central federal government, who are the key both regulators and owners of infrastructure. And on the column on the far right, you'll see where the private sector is the principal investor and owner in infrastructure assets. So we do have a very active private investment market, particularly across energy, telecommunications, and to a lesser degree, but very prevalent in the transport sector. And I speak to a lesser degree because it's proportionately a smaller level of investment by the private sector, but transport investment is, as I know it is for many of the countries on this call, the major area of construction and infrastructure activity. In terms of infrastructure investment, over 4 years, the total public spends $256 billion out to 2026-27. We have our largest jurisdictions, Victoria and New South Wales, spending between...
Peter, can you hear us? Peter?
I can, yes.
Yeah, well, so sorry for the interruption. We are not seeing your screen, so maybe if you can double check if you can share the presentation.
That's very unfortunate. I apologize for that. Please.
No, that's okay. So, sorry for interrupting.
Hopefully it's visible now. Could you please confirm?
Now we see.
Yes.
Well, all I can say is you've missed a great deal of wonderful slides. So hopefully everybody caught the words that I mentioned. And let me just jump back one slide earlier, just because this slide does emphasize the point that I've just mentioned, that we do have this split in ownership and regulation of infrastructure assets between different levels of government. As I mentioned, you can see state government bolded here with a very strong level of state government representation across both economic and social infrastructure assets. The key assets owned and regulated by our federal government are in telecommunications and aviation. State government as the principal owner of most other infrastructure assets, and similarly, the key investor. And I was just jumping to that point around investment, where you have, as I've mentioned, around $1 in $5 spent in Victoria by government spent on capital assets, slightly less in New South Wales. Both of those largest states with considerable infrastructure pipelines, and then lesser spend on other jurisdictions. You'll notice the federal government is called out separately on this slide in that black box and not ranked against the states and territories. That is because the vast majority of their spend moves through state and territory government. So federal transfer of funds to state and territory governments for investment. Infrastructure investment in Australia, both public and private combined, represents around 20% of the Australian economy. Construction, so capital work alone, represents around 14% of the Australian economy. Hopefully what you're taking from that is that we are grossly overrepresented in the delivery of capital assets rather than, pardon me, expenditure on asset maintenance and operation. However, the benefits from infrastructure services are clear, 6% of GDP in direct benefits. What this slide shows is the relative split of investment between some super classes of asset, so buildings, transport, and utility. What you see here is buildings, including private work for private owners, so think large developments, residential, commercial, etc., represents a very large level of work. Transport infrastructure, as I've mentioned, the lion's share of infrastructure investment and investment in utilities, water, telco, and energy only a small proportion of total spend. This slide speaks to the relative level of activity in capital spending in Australia over the past few decades. And what you should notice here is over the last 12 years, there has been a significant increase in spending. So a 10 times increase in the level of infrastructure spending in Australia since 2011. That level of spending is causing a couple of challenges. First amongst those, it's constraining the ability of government budgets to meet other calls on capital. And secondly, we have seen a driver over recent years on price inflation within the sector caused by excessive spending. So particularly in the period post-COVID-19, we've seen levels of strong cost growth on both commodities and labour, resulting in a significant reduction in spending in 2023. This is that point I mentioned somewhat earlier around relativity of spend. What you can see in the bar charts is the value in US dollars of investment in each sector. Around 38% of investment is in transport infrastructure. But interestingly, while they represent only around 10% of value, around 50% of deal flow is activity within the renewable energy sector, particularly wind in Australia. So an interesting increase in the level of interest in the renewable energy sector, obviously driven by the response to climate change. However, the level of investment in dollar terms is far below the investment in transport and is never predicted to exceed that level of around 10% of total spend, whereas transport represents, as I say, around 40%. So investment overall in Australia is questioned as to whether or not it's peaked. What we've seen, as I say, is a very rapid growth in overall investment, but transport specifically increasing from around 15 billion to 60 billion per annum this year. We are expecting to see a growth in defence investment to equal transport over the next 10 years. So a shifting away, particularly from transport investment, but other utilities into the defence sector with a focus on maritime defence infrastructure. Continued activity around renewables, some investment in transmission with the public sector likely to meet the bulk of that investment, despite those assets being privately owned, and some very significant investments from the government in social and affordable housing, committing to double national housing construction over 4 years. So hopefully the message you take is a hot market, more investment occurring than has ever occurred before, leading to price inflation, but also continued focus in government investment in a couple of key asset classes, opening the opportunity for private capital to return to transport and prospectively into aspects of the energy sector, as well as potentially some sections of social infrastructure such as health and education. And that shift, we expect, may open the opportunity for a return in private-led investment. So what we've seen before is as government debt has increased, as sector delivery capacity is limited in terms of both people and resources, historically we've seen an increase in proposals from the private sector to do things differently, to consider private investment, to consider to some degree offshore labor and resources or alternative delivery methods. And we expect that to return to some degree. However, there is this standing question in terms of this unusual constraint on resources in the market that's currently occurring and whether it may act as a handbrake. So my question then is, within unsolicited proposals, how have they used and how can the value be unlocked? And I realize people on this seminar have some degree of understanding of the unsolicited proposal regime. But for completeness, it is worth emphasizing that they are, of course, just proposals initiated by the private sector to government. The real focus on the Australian unsolicited proposals regime is to give a single channel with clear and consistent and a transparent process, so consistent assessment and a transparent process. It's for projects that inherently do not fit in existing procurement processes, particularly procurement processes that have been forecast or are active in the market. And it's very much designed to be regularly reviewed and audited to support management of probity risks for proposals that may have historically been taken to individual bureaucrats or members of the government scattered through different agencies or departments. And therefore, it's effective in helping to manage risks around corruption. To be successful, a proposal must fundamentally be unique in its approach to address a government problem. And I'll touch on how uniqueness is defined. But the types of solutions that can be provided, while there has been a focus on building and financing capital assets, particularly infrastructure, can relate to a range of other areas, like providing goods and services, like an approach to government to purchase an existing government asset, particularly property or buildings, delivery of a commercial transaction to support a government process, so an efficiency type mechanism, as well as a range of other services, including, very interestingly, supporting government in government's core role around financial and regulatory service offerings. So that there are a diversity of uses. It is not a mechanism exclusive for infrastructure. And I'd say very pointedly, the focus should not be on capital assets in terms of the value of an unsolicited proposal, but the services that the transaction or the proposal will unlock. So I've mentioned the state and territory governments provide the lion's share of assets into the market, and consequently, they are the most evolved level of government in terms of the consideration of an unsolicited proposal mechanism. So the federal government, in particular, through Infrastructure Australia, for clarity, an organisation that I was active in at the time, recommended to the federal government that they consider and implement an unsolicited proposals mechanism. However, my understanding is that that is not active today. There is a perhaps less well-structured process for the consideration of industry-led proposals, but there is no clear and transparent unsolicited proposal policy. Each state and territory does, however, have a policy which is listed here as a guideline. There are differing levels of activity in each market based on perceptions of industry of the policy and, of course, the relativity of opportunities themselves. And each or most of the jurisdictions have pursued their own particular areas of innovation, some of which I'll touch on in a few slides, but they are largely around trying to support competition in ideas and to overcome some of the limitations associated with uniqueness as a core measure of whether or not a proposal should proceed. So these alternate approaches are around creating a competition of ideas in order to unlock change for government and trying to enforce some level of competitive tension in order to ensure a proposal presents value for money. In terms of the level of activity, as I say, personally, I've been involved in more than $3.6 billion worth of projects in New South Wales. Many of them are listed here, like, for instance, North Connects, the M5 West widening, the Hills M2 upgrade, and the electronic toll conversion of the Sydney motorway network. There are motorway proposals that have been accepted by government in every jurisdiction in Australia with a tolled road. So really importantly, Queensland, Victoria, and New South Wales, the three jurisdictions with tolled road assets, have seen a higher level of activity in this space, generally from Transurban. Certainly the successful projects have been from one organization with an incumbent market position, which has allowed them to use existing PPP contracts as the basis for uniqueness. Interestingly, some jurisdictions, particularly New South Wales, has subsequently revised their policy to not allow a pre-existing contract to qualify for uniqueness. Interestingly, also, each of the PPP concessions used as the basis for that uniqueness argument did not include a clause to allow asset investment and renewal. So an unsolicited proposal presented the only mechanism for an enhancement of existing assets. And indeed, Transurban was guided to take that approach by previous governments. What perhaps is more interesting, though, than the level of activity in the toll road sector is the variety of other assets that have successfully moved through the process, particularly in Western Australia, where you'll notice that the focus is far more around the commercialization of education and research opportunities, as well as the implementation of the Mako surgical robot, that little guy that you can see in the center of this slide, which is an experimental health treatment. So differing focus in each jurisdiction aligned with the relative priorities of government. So now I'll touch on this notion of how unsolicited proposals are assessed. As Ancor mentioned, the uniqueness of a proposal is critical. However, it is not the only area that is considered. In fact, there are 5 core principles, while worded differently in each jurisdiction, but are commonly included in unsolicited proposal regimes. The first of them is that a proposal must respond to or align with a stated community need or government priority. So therefore is reliant on a robust infrastructure, strategy and planning environment. Without a clear and transparently stated need or government priority, a proposal fundamentally cannot proceed. So very important to provide that clarity. The uniqueness of the proposal, as I've mentioned, so whether both the project or proposal, as well as the proponent, is in a unique position to execute. That there are no competing proposals, and we have seen, what you might reflect on is that pistols at 10 paces from commercial organizations seeking to circumvent a commercial process through submitting or front-running unsolicited proposals. The presentation of value for money, which needs to be assessed in traditional ways. However, there is increasing complexity around intangible assets, such as data, as well as the capacity and capability of the proponent to provide the services. So this is not a speculative exercise. It must be from a capable organization presenting value, uniquely doing so and aligning to government priorities. So while this slide is wordy, it is designed to emphasize the point that uniqueness is defined differently within the unsolicited proposal policies of each jurisdiction. And interestingly, as I've mentioned, Victoria is one of the largest jurisdictions in Australia with numerous successful proposals. However, no definition of uniqueness, in fact, the word is not mentioned at all within their unsolicited proposal guidelines. So some ambiguity does exist within the Australian environment, and I would in no way suggest that there's no room for improvement. And in fact, policies in leading jurisdictions such as New South Wales and Victoria have been on a path to evolution. It is worth focusing on the bottom of the far left box, the unique elements as defined by the New South Wales government, notably intellectual property, ownership of real property, software, unique financing arrangements, for instance, as Transurban has done, leveraging increased revenue on adjacent assets, as well as unique ability to deliver against government priorities. So that there is, as I would emphasize, ambiguity in the term uniqueness. Absolutely in the case of Victoria with no definition, but there is a growing level of literature and guidance in the area. So noting those comments around uniqueness, I thought it would be interesting to reflect on the level of activity in different jurisdictions and the cause or not for projects or proposals to be accepted or rejected. So firstly, we have a relatively long run experience in Western Australia, 4 years from 2019 to 2023, with around 75 proposals received from the private sector. As I've mentioned, notably, infrastructure represents only a small proportion of projects in Western Australia, with a far greater focus on health and community services. Property transactions are highly represented in all jurisdictions and are equally in Western Australia. Of those 75 projects, only 4 or 5% have been successful, with a very large number actively declined. So 63% of proposals have been declined. And you can see the reason for projects not proceeding on the bottom right of this slide. Notably, it is alignment to government priorities, scope and priorities that represent around a third of proposals, whereas 32% on evaluation criteria, including uniqueness. So a mix in Western Australia on the reason for rejection between whether or not they truly unlock value as perceived by government and equally on criteria such as uniqueness. The story in New South Wales is slightly different with an elevated number of proposals. So 64% of proposals in a single year, the first year of operation of the unsolicited proposal regime, rejected due to uniqueness. Another high level, so 37%, rejected because of a lack of alignment to government policy. One point I would make is there may be multiple reasons for a project to be rejected, which is the reason for those elevated figures. But you can see that there are similar trends, both to uniqueness and to this alignment of government priorities. And I really want to emphasize that point. And again, hark back to Victoria. As I've mentioned, no clear definition of uniqueness. Also, no long-term transport plan, the only Australian jurisdiction lacking a document that outlines their priorities and objective in the largest investment sector. We also see that within New South Wales, there is a weighting of perceptions of uniqueness to real property and physical assets, and additionally to a preparedness to co-fund, so to private investment, which is an interesting point in that the Queensland government in particular does not see attraction of private capital as critically as New South Wales does in a project proceeding. There have also been reflections in New South Wales and elsewhere, as I've mentioned, to the particular challenges in assessing the uniqueness of intellectual property, knowledge, and data. And I'm just going to touch on that that aspect and opportunities to improve the assessment of those areas on this following slide. So inherently, the challenge of access to the uniqueness clause around knowledge and intellectual property and data is perceptions within government around assessing value holistically, but also ideas around whether or not those sort of assets could be replicated and reproduced or otherwise acquired by government. However, I would make the point that there are both proprietary data sets that can provide insight to government and to improve the economic value produced by government policy, as well as broadly accepted approaches to the valuation of data and indeed intellectual property more broadly. So we should, as assessors of unsolicited proposals, try to understand using established models of valuation of intellectual property, whether there is a good case to provide or to see a private party provide services leveraging their unique IP in order to create multipliers associated with value. And I'll just touch simplistically on what that could look like on the following slide. So inherently, in valuing intangible assets, firstly, this issue of exclusivity or the availability of data should of course be considered. Obviously, a public or open source data set is not something that should drive a perception of uniqueness. Secondly, there needs to be a very clear opportunity once exclusivity is understood to directly exploit the data for current benefit. It should not be a speculative acquisition of data or a speculative inquiry into a data set in order to demonstrate value and uniqueness. Secondly, that asset must enhance or multiply the value of other assets. It should not be acquired, or it should not move through an unsolicited proposal process on some sort of inferred value without that value directly applying to broader government services. And finally, the benefit should be measured at the economic rather than the private level. So it should produce a social benefit rather than a private benefit with a clear and measurable and easily evaluated outcome. And through considering those four aspects, unique value of those intangibles should be clearly presentable. In the absence of clearly defined uniqueness, there are, of course, alternate processes that have been put into place. And I'll touch on those, in fact, not on this slide, I apologize, but on the following slide regarding the Northern Territory market-led proposal regime. This slide is designed to emphasize the focus around probity, as well as the focus around transparent approvals of the process. So noting this need to focus on value, and particularly around intangible and difficult to define assets, what the Victorian market-led proposals has been keen to emphasize is the requirement to publish the acceptance of proposals, the active management of a probity plan, and the publishing of various aspects associated with that plan through the assessment process. So transparency, both in terms of the approach and I guess the progress through those stages through the Victorian market-led proposal regime. And secondly, very clear accountability and transparent approvals for the individual, be they either an elected representative of the government or an appointee, such as the Deputy Secretary at that filtering stage, who allows a proposal to proceed, and therefore creating individual accountability and clarity should a proposal be deemed to have been accepted for the wrong reasons. So a strong encouragement from me to provide those similar levels of transparency if an unsolicited proposals regime is adopted. As I mentioned, this alternate assessment process. What you've seen through the Northern Territory government is the similar focus to Victoria around early filtering of proposals, an approach pioneered in New South Wales around a pre-lodgement meeting, which gives a very clear and active opportunity for a proponent to test the proposal with senior government stakeholders prior to it being submitted in order to understand whether or not a proposal is likely to proceed. Following that initial stage, moving through to a detailed assessment. And in the event that uniqueness is not able to be clearly represented, however, if there is a sense that the proponent satisfies some of those other aspects shown on the earlier slide, so unique capability, value, alignment with government priorities, often a modified competitive process, which may include testing the proposal against the public sector comparator or alternatively running some sort of competitive process in the open market, but perhaps with earlier acquisition of an aspect of the proponent's tender, is the approach that's taken in the territory. I would say aspects around early government procurement of intellectual property do present significant challenges, particularly because of the point I mentioned on the earlier slides around perception of value of those assets, but also around sunk costs and overheads associated with the development of the proposal by a proponent. So this approach to a modified competitive process can help to level the playing field and ensure that the development of proposals remain attractive for private industry, even if then they are not able to be confidently assessed and proceed through to a direct appointment. So noting some of these challenges with assessment of uniqueness, with intangible assets, there have been alternative approaches that have been pursued by many, indeed most Australian governments active in the unsolicited proposal process. The first of those was the New South Wales Premier's Innovation Initiative in 2014. So this process, launched by the then Premier of New South Wales, Mike Baird, was designed to remove the uniqueness hurdle by creating a focus for respondents on some key government challenges, and then using a least cost assessment in order to assess various proposals for value. I would say that against each of these items, so congestion, social housing, open data, and open ideas, there were differing levels of success. Particularly proposals associated with congestion were not actively pursued. However, there were active proposals both in terms of alternate social housing and in terms of reuse of open data. However, the Premier's Innovation Initiative hasn't proceeded beyond the initial round, in part because of alternate processes like an alternate government property acquisition process, and like your hackathon style ventures around open data taking its place. So on balance, the Premier's Innovation Initiative might be perceived initially as not driving value. However, the successor schemes continue to operate in New South Wales and continue to offer value, with that notable exception of outside of the congestion arm. Pardon me. The West Australian government, very interestingly, has introduced a similar mechanism as a core component of its unsolicited proposal regime. So this approach is twofold. Firstly, in accepting unsolicited proposals from industry, government identifies a series of current priorities that it's willing to assess unsolicited proposals against. So rather than providing carte blanche for industry to bring forward a wide variety of ideas, the West Australian government has created focus on 4 priorities, broad as they are, although it is worth noting the similarity to the types of priorities noted by the New South Wales Premier. Secondly, they have taken an approach of proceeding to market with what is termed an advertised opportunity. So it is a problem or opportunity statement that provides an opportunity for industry to respond. And I've included here the most recent of those opportunities, which is the reuse of a government building, which was deemed no longer fit for purpose. This building in Perth, the capital CBD, is known colloquially as the Landgate building. Landgate is a West Australian government agency, and the building was deemed to be subpar in terms of the quality of the asset for housing the Landgate workforce. The WA government opened the idea of industry proposals to reuse the building prospectively for use for hospitality or accommodation. Ultimately, the approach taken by the proponent was to buy the building from the West Australian government, lease back on favourable terms in return for the substantial upgrade for the building and associated facilities, delivering both a capital windfall to the West Australian government as well as an improved environment for workforce. And it is worth emphasising this reuse of the Landgate building has been very popular in Western Australia because it has delivered the perception of a continued government connection with the asset, but also a significant return of capital to the West Australian government. The final area I want to touch on, and then I, of course, would welcome any further questions or comment, Ancor, is outcomes and behaviour-based contracting. So this approach is an approach that's prevalent in the United Kingdom. It is evolving in Australia as perhaps presenting an alternate path for government to seek innovation from industry without government being beholden to industry proposals. So this approach fundamentally involves government taking a problem or a need or challenge to industry, allowing industry a high level of flexibility in creating a solution to meet that need. Asking the industry partner to present both a theoretical solution. So for instance, should a problem case be moving a certain number of people between two locations, industry would be asked to present their naturally transport industry credentials to give capability of the capacity of industry to provide to government. But equally importantly, rather than a focus on cost, to run a competition associated with particular behaviours. So that is around collaborative work practices, problem solving, people skills, sustainability, and other so-called soft aspects of project delivery. So alongside clearly presented technical capability, it's the behaviour of an industry partner that is the key aspect that is used to determine an appropriate partner to deliver on a project for government. These types of outcomes-based, behaviour-based contracts tend to be long-term relationships associated with project or service delivery, and they are seen by proponents of the approach as promoting innovation, as I've said, reducing risks, reducing costs, and also helping government to effectively manage risk. The potential threat, of course, to proceeding to market not on a cost-based competition is perceptions around value for money and ensuring a solution is both an appropriate fit for the problem and delivers a easily and effectively evaluated solution. There are particular efforts to overcome those challenges, most notably the use of should-cost modelling, pioneered in the UK, used in the resource sector in Australia, and hopefully you'll appreciate our resource sector, particularly around iron ore and coal, is one of the largest, if not the largest in the world, alongside our gas extraction sector. So this model inherently seeks to understand, based on availability of data of past project performance, what an expected cost could be for providing a solution, and considering aspects associated with site, aspects associated with complexity of access, ground conditions, other potential risks. We'll seek to place a project within those pre-existing data points of performance. So the cost and time performance of similar projects, and the role of the client, and indeed working with the contractor through this sort of outcomes or behaviour-based contract, is to deliver that innovative solution and to achieve a time and cost performance within a certain percentage of the of past performance of similar assets. As I've mentioned, proponents see this as delivering a highly flexible, highly collaborative approach to delivering solutions. However, very clearly there needs to be a very clear and robust solution strong availability of data to assess effective performance, protection of value for money through the use of new tools like should cost modeling, as well as an effort of education and change management in order to move both client and contractor to understanding the new model. I would say that NEC contracts, something that I know some governments on this line are assessing, and as Ancor mentioned, is an organisation with which I'm attached, are an effective model for outcomes-based contracting. So provide a platform for this type of approach. So hopefully over the course of the conversation, I've given you a sense that unsolicited proposal regimes are absolutely and categorically adding value in Australia. Very large projects, both in the transport and property space, but in adjacent sectors in jurisdictions where they have been government priorities, have proceeded and been successful through this approach. However, the unsolicited proposal mechanism is not a replacement for a well-structured plan or a set of government priorities. It just reinforces avenues to achieve value. The unsolicited proposal mechanism itself is really about robust and transparent governance, provides a consistent, clear and transparent way to assess proposals, and therefore helps to avoid issues associated with probity or corruption. The uniqueness measure is a key justification in direct dealing. However, it is flawed, and there are continued efforts in Australia in order to strengthen understanding, particularly around the valuation of intangible assets. And I would say, in considering how unsolicited proposals are assessed, very importantly, the focus should be equally on service contestability as well as asset provision to unlock service outcomes. So an unsolicited proposal regime shouldn't be seen as simply a vehicle for the attraction of private finance, but for the contest of ideas, both in terms of solution and in terms of delivery model. And finally, there are alternative models, outcomes-based contracting, the advertised opportunities approach, as well as the Premier's Innovation Initiative that have all sought to overcome the challenges associated with uniqueness. None of those is perfect. However, they do provide equally positive results that can be viewed, discussed, and understood. On that note, thank you very much. There is a great deal of information available from each government in Australia on their unsolicited proposal regime. So hopefully these slides will be available to you afterwards, as I would welcome the opportunity to continue this conversation. Thank you very much.
For your excellent presentation. I have to say that there's and probably you know that, a lot of interest to learn from you and to know a little bit more about the experience. I think that you have covered all the issues that we had in mind. I would like to see, at least in the room, if there's any questions, si hay alguna pregunta que quieran trasladar a Peter en este momento. Sí.
Estamos en plazo de discusión, digamos.
Yes, since I think we're going, if we have any questions here in the room, I think Andres has a question from the Office of Concessions.
Very interesting. It seems that in Australia, there's a wide variety of experiences concerning these unsolicited proposals. I have 2 or 3 questions. One has to do with this idea that the proposals have to meet some community need or government priority. Do the proponents just present at any time any project, and then the government sees whether they're consistent with their priorities or their plans? Or do each of the territorial governments or states, I don't know what they're called in Australia, sort of publish what their policies are, what their priorities are, and the private sector then present their proposals accordingly? And also, is there any time frame? They can do it at any time? Is there sort of a more regulated process for presenting that? My second question a lot seems to be, a lot of projects seem to be more related to government procurement rather than PPP as we understand it, that is concession contracts that where part of the financing is through tolls, right, or prices paid by users. Are there any experiences of IPs where there have been tolls involved, that is, where users have to pay for part of the infrastructure cost? And my final question is, what is the relation of all this with Infrastructure Australia? That is, I understand there's an institution in Australia that's more at the federal level, right, that coordinates infrastructure, plans infrastructure. What is the relation between these unsolicited proposals and Infrastructure Australia? Thank you.
Great set of questions, and I'll attempt to answer each of them. Firstly, the question was regards to timing and priorities. The approach in each jurisdiction varies slightly in response to that first question. So the most liberal is the New South Wales government, where proponents are asked as part of the submission process in order to emphasize across pre-existing government plans how their proposal helps to drive government's priorities and outcomes. So there is not an explicit set of priorities that's defined for the unsolicited proposals process. It's pre-existing broad government policy, and a submission to the New South Wales government can occur at any time. So any issue at any time, however, alignment with government priority is a criterion assessment. And that's converse to the West Australian government, as I've mentioned, who through two very particular tools outline the types of priorities that they would like to receive response to at a particular point in time, or through the advertised opportunities outline a very explicit, singular, focused opportunity with a time frame attached to it. So across the spectrum from a laissez-faire approach through to a very specific approach, you can see jurisdictions pursuing each in Australia. I risk forgetting your second question in full, but my understanding is about the level of PPP activity and third-party or user-funded assets. So I would say the majority of assets include some level of third-party funding. However, not all of them, well, sorry, I said assets, I meant proposals that have been assessed through the process include some level of third-party funding. So there are in the order of 10 toll roads, so the most dominant asset class, and then a variety of buildings from shopping centres, which of course have leasehold revenue, through to casinos, which have revenue through gaming, all of which have been successful through the process. There's a far smaller number that are reliant on government revenue itself, like, for instance, probably the best example is the research facilities, which require seed funding from government. And then finally, the role of Infrastructure Australia. Infrastructure Australia has two roles. Both of them are in an independent capacity. Neither the federal government nor the states and territories are bound to any of Infrastructure Australia's recommendations, but its focuses are assessing and providing independent advice on investment grade proposals, so economic and social investment of proposals. And secondly, creating independent long-term infrastructure plans and policy. So they do not have any involvement in the unsolicited proposals process. The state infrastructure bodies can have some role through fulfilling a role as a steering group member on the assessment of unsolicited proposals, although it's not mandated. So they play a role by invitation of the government.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. So next question from Alejandro Aravena from the Consejo de Concessiones.
Yes, thank you, Peter. And I may have missed this, and if that's the case, I apologize in advance. But we were presented numbers at the beginning regarding the efficiency in Latin America So between 4 and 5% of the presented initiatives make it to the final bidding process or implementation. What are the numbers in Australia to understand the benchmark for that efficiency?
And just confirming, the numbers that I have are associated with unsolicited proposals that make it through the process.
Yes.
And what I can do is give you numbers from Western Australia and New South Wales only, because there's not transparency in other jurisdictions. But it's in the same order. Of an accepted proposal, around 5% make it through to, if you like, final acceptance of procurement by government.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Peter, Andres, and Alejandro, for the questions. I think we have taken that much of your midnight there, Peter. Thank you so much. Again, there's a lot of questions online regarding your presentation. We'll promise to assess some of them and maybe to bother you a little bit better, a little bit more in order to get some answers. Thank you so much, Peter, and thanks for the audience.
Thank you so much.
We were supposed to have a coffee break, but I think because of the excellent presentation, we took some extra time. So I would like to move now to the presentation of the case of South Korea. To that end, we have today to Yoo-Eun, who's the head of the Global Cooperation Team at the Public and Private Infrastructure Investment Management Center, a mandated agency of Korea to support public and PPP investment, and an affiliated body of the Korean Development Institute. Having the expertise in public and PPP infrastructure investment policy for over 14 years, Yoo-Eun has taken part in a variety of work, from performing value for money tests for PPP environment facilities, reviewing the PPP draft RFPs, assessing the preliminary feasibility of government's finance project and SOE's overseas energy project. She participated also and co-researched of the knowledge sharing program, a development assistance involving policy consultation, giving policy recommendations to developing countries, legal and procedural PPP system. He has led the Global Cooperation Team since July 2022 and holds an MA in the field of international studies from the Seoul National University. Thank you so much, Yoo-Eun. I don't know if we can see you on the screen now.
Yes, hello.
Yeah, hi. Thank you so much for being here with us, also for being so late in Korea. The questions are much more related to us, the Australian experience that we learned from now, which has to do, so how is the concept of innovation or uniqueness defined, and what criteria does it consider in your country, in practical experience under these criteria? Are there sectors more favored than others? So we would like to listen a little bit from the Korean experience, and thank you so much in advance.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much for your kind presentation. I'd like to share my screen and like to know if it is seen well from your side.
Right, that's perfect. Thank you so much.
Okay. Right. Thank you. My name is Yoo-Eun Ko. I work for the Public and Private Infrastructure Investment Management Center, which is the PPP unit of Korea, which sits within the Korea Development Institute, which is the government think tank on development issues and economic issues. So I was asked by the IDB to present to you about the PPP's unsolicited project proposals and Korean experience. And this is the content I would like to share with you this morning. So first, the current state and the performance of PPPs in Korea. I'll give you a brief overview of the PPP system and of the unsolicited project proposals of Korean PPPs. I'd like to touch upon the creativity and efficiency issue of the unsolicited project proposals. And finally, I will deal with issues and challenges of unsolicited project proposals in PPP investment. So the current state, this slide shows how much role PPP has played in infrastructure delivery in Korea.
we can see that PPP has undertaken a considerable part of public investment, as the ratio of infrastructure investment through PPP ranges from about 10%, here you can see, to up to 30%. Was in 2008. It has soared up to 30% of the total infrastructure spending. It is currently managed in the 10% range. This is a graph showing the number of PPP projects and project costs by year. After the legal grounds for the PPP system was established in 1994, in 1999, the unsolicited project proposals and the minimum revenue guarantee system was introduced. In 2005, the build transfer lease method was introduced, and together they led to the big expansion of PPP investment. The number of projects has steadily decreased since the global financial crisis of 2008, and it is now picking up, as you can see from the graph. Okay, in Korea, both the concession type, which we call the BTO, build, transfer, and operate, and the service purchase type, which we call BTL, lease type, projects can be implemented. As of 2022, the total number of projects procured through PPPs amounts to 818. BTL type consists of 66% of the total PPP projects by number, while BTO type covers around 73% in terms of project cost. So large scale projects like transfer projects are BTO projects, while smaller scale social projects are procured using BTL method. So again, you can see that BTO comprises of less than project numbers, but far exceeds BTL by the investment amount. Just to give a very brief overview of BTO and BTL, I am pretty sure you already know that the build, transfer, operate, or you might also know as BOT in many other countries, the revenue generating facilities that are applicable, and the investment is recovered through user fees. For the lease type, they're more for pure public goods, and the government payment would be the investment recovery measure, and therefore the risk would be transferred to the government, the demand risk. Right, and this table shows how the 818 projects are broken down into. According to the initiating body, there are 651 projects that the government initiated, and you can see here that 83% of those projects are the lease type, the BTL projects. The BTL unsolicited proposal system was allowed quite recently in 2016, as you can see from the number of 2 projects only as of 2022. So among 167 unsolicited project proposals, 165 projects, so the majority of the projects are BTO, the concession type projects. All right, so the performance by sector. So the government solicited, for government solicited projects, education, environment, and defense sector comprise the most in terms of sector. For unsolicited proposals, environment projects, 89 or 88. Sorry, projects in transport, road projects comprise most in terms of number of projects. So you can see that the unsolicited proposals are mostly concession type projects, while the lease type are mainly government solicited projects. So the PPP system in Korea, this is a very brief legal framework that I'd like to introduce. So the hierarchy of the regulation. So the Ministry of Economy and Finance legislates the PPP Act, which should go through the National Assembly resolution. The Ministry of Finance enacts the enforcement decree and the annually updated basic plan for PPPs. PPP implementation guidelines, the detailed guidelines are published by PIMAC, which I work for. Yeah. So this is the governance structure of PPP in terms of public sector. So policy and coordination is done by the Ministry of Economy and Finance. Major issues are reviewed, are deliberated by the PPP Review Committee. The competent authorities are the procuring ministries like the Ministry of Infrastructure, Education, Environment, etc., and the local governments. PIMAC plays a role of policy research, project evaluation, and we also provide technical assistance to the competent authority. So the roles for the Ministry of Finance, feasibility test and review. The mandatory tests are should be performed for all unsolicited project proposals, whereas for solicited projects, they should exceed some certain thresholds. So for BTO, 200 billion Korean won or more, and for BTL, 100 billion Korean won or more for solicited, but for unsolicited, all of them should go through the value for money test. The major issues of PPPs are deliberated by the PPP Review Committee. The Ministry of Economy and Finance acts as a supporter of PPPs through Infrastructure Credit Guarantee Fund. They come up with risk sharing and financial support measures such as the construction subsidy, the termination payment, minimum revenue guarantee, which was abolished in 2006, new risk sharing scheme mechanisms. They also support in administrative procedure for the competent authorities, and also they are the conciliator as the PPP mediation committee sits within the MOEF. The budget needs to be approved by the National Assembly. The aggregate ceiling on the annual total amounts of PPP, especially the BTL projects, should be approved. And each individual project is to be supervised by each competent authority. PIMAC acts as the gatekeeper, researcher, policy service provider, technical supporter for PPPs. So gatekeeper, as it conducts the feasibility test and the value for money assessment for PPP projects on behalf of the Ministry of Finance. PIMAC acts as the researcher because we conduct policy researches as well as studies and guidelines and for PPPs. We provide services such as global networking, like I'm doing right now, capacity building programs for government officials, like education programs. We also collect and accumulate data through database. And we also provide technical services to the competent authorities throughout the process of PPP implementations. So in drafting or reviewing the request for proposals, drafting or reviewing the draft concession agreements, we might get involved in negotiation if competent authorities request so. We also review the refinance gain sharing amount, and etc. This is the quick overview of the process of PPP implementation. I will focus mainly on the unsolicited project proposals. So the private sector would submit to the government the project proposal, and I understand that this is done anytime. And not in a separate time frame. And the competent authority would request to PIMAC the value for money test. And for the value for money test, stage one, we would look at the feasibility of the project, the economic feasibility and policy evaluation, balanced regional assessment. And stage two, we would do the value for money assessment. And on top of that, for the unsolicited project proposals, we would calculate bonus points that should be rewarded to the initial proponent. After that, the government would notice the proposer of the project's implementation. Then it will go through the announcement of RFPs to promote competition and get submission to invite submission of proposals from the third parties. Then they would evaluate and select the preferred bidder, negotiate and award the contract. Okay, so incentives for the initial proposers. We incentivize private proposals through preferential scores, as I already said, within the scope of not restricting the competition. So within the basic plans for the PPPs in Article 101, it stipulates that the initial proposer should be given a bonus point within 10% of the evaluation score. So generally, opinions divide on giving preferential scores. Some people think that preferential scores are all just too natural, and that private proposal system without the bonus point cannot function properly. And on top of that, some people may argue that given the relatively small number of government solicited projects in Korea, there are concerns that the meager, the 10% additional points given to the initial proponent would result in general contraction of USPs of project proposals as a whole, leading to a general decline in the entire PPP investment in the country. So the government should increase the points even further. On the other hand, there are many who are rather passive in giving a lot of additional points due to concerns that the bonus points for the initial proposers could hinder third-party competition and lose the opportunity to obtain a more efficient alternative from the perspective of the competent authorities. The Ministry of Finance decided to rule in favor of the former. So in January 2020, the Ministry of Finance announced its plan to further encourage unsolicited project proposals by adopting the creativity criteria in the qualitative evaluation of the initial proposal. So this table shows some of the cases of rewarding bonus points to the initial proponent. The value for money assessment team suggests bonus points, and the competent authority makes the final decision based on its own reasons and on the value for money test team's suggestion. So for the first project, for example, the competent authority decided to give 1% bonus point to the initial proposer because they thought it lacked creativity, as much of the proposals was based on the higher level plans. Some projects get a 0 point bonus point. And for the third project, it received 1.5% because the competent authority recognized the creativity in its proposal, such as to build the facility while uninterruptedly operating the existing facility. So yeah, here this is just an example of how bonus point is made. And going on to the creativity and efficiency of PPPs, I thought it was necessary to first examine the concept of creativity in PPP projects. So Article 1 of the PPP Act explicitly states that the law aims to promote private investment in infrastructure to facilitate the establishment and operation of creative and efficient infrastructure facility. Thus, the PPP system inherently aims at leveraging private sector creativity and efficiency. Conventional projects, government projects, prioritize public benefit over profitability and involve individual project bidding rather than comprehensive turnkey contracts. The stability is prioritized over creativity, and achieving synergy effects of design, build, finance, and operate can be a little challenging. Therefore, private sector creativity can be seen as being slightly new and slightly original ideas in comparison to conventional physical projects, leading to beneficial outcomes in terms of functionality and economic efficiency. So, from PPP projects, we expect projects that increase project benefits, reduce project costs, and enhance service quality through early completion, improve safety and quality of facilities, reduce total cost over the life cycle of projects compared to physical projects. So all of which comprise efficiency. So this part, creativity, and number two, efficiency. From this perspective, it's evident that creativity should be adequately considered in determining the level of preferential scores awarded to the initial proposer in unsolicited project proposals. And these are the principles that are laid down in giving bonus points. So firstly, whether private creativity has relatively better aspects compared to projects pursued through physical means to be addressed. Secondly, while the term creativity and efficiency are used in parallel in relevant laws, in a broad sense, efficiency is part of creativity and can be evaluated as part of creativity. So high efficiency means achieving better results with the same cost or lower cost, and enhancing project benefits and reducing project costs can all be considered aspects of efficiency. Thirdly, evaluations of creativity may vary depending on individual perspectives. For example, what was considered new and original at the time may appear universal over time, and opinions on the same matter may vary among individuals, with some considering it creative while others ordinary. Since creativity is a concept that is challenging to achieve a common understanding of, evaluations of creativity should ideally be made through majority consensus whenever possible. So the evaluation criteria, the initial proposer's preferential score is presented as a range value in the value for money assessment by combining the quantitative value for money ratio level and the qualitative evaluation results of the proposal. The qualitative evaluation criteria and allocation points for each item are as follows. So adequacy and creativity of design and construction plans, 25 points. Adequacy and creativity of operation plans, 15 points. And the rest is the investor composition and financing plan, 15 points, and level of ensuring publicness, 25 points. Adequacy of government support requirements such as financial support, 20 points. So 100 points in maximum. The total score, if the total score is 90 or more, it would be classified as very good. Between 80 and 90 points, good. Less than 80 and more than 60, somewhat good. Less than 60 and more than 40, bad, very bad if the total score is less than 40 points. So here again, you can see that the creativity aspect is evaluated in terms of construction and operations. So cost-effective new methods and eco-friendly methods are introduced in design and construction. Whether there was a creativity in project development, such as new project types, projects that are not included in the higher level plans, but with high publicness, value addition to projects, and higher level plans, etc. In operation plans, creative ideas are incorporated in the operational plans, such as plans for providing high quality services or stable services compared to government projects, whether there was cost-effective measures for reducing operational expenses. So these are the evaluation criteria. And the evaluation committee takes into consideration the written qualitative assessment by the value for money team to make final decision on rewarding the preferential scores. So the evaluation committee consists of the executive director of PIMAC, director of PPP division at PIMAC, the project manager himself or herself of the value for money test team, the competent authority official in charge of the project, 4 to 5 external experts who have participated in the value for money test. According to KDI research, the average preferential score granted to initial proposers in BTO unsolicited project proposals of 161 projects as of December 2020 was found to be at a level of 1.64%. So given that the initial proposer can get a maximum of 10%, the competent authority and PIMAC has been quite has not been giving very much points to the preference to the initial proposer. Okay, so next is the challenges that we have in PPPs. So according to the World Bank, an unsolicited project proposal is a proposal for a project or a project concept submitted by a private entity to the public agency without an explicit request by the public agency that is either not listed in the government's project or PPP pipeline, or proposes an innovative solution to a project listed in the government's project pipeline. In Korea, unsolicited project proposals are mostly within government's higher level plans. We can infer that, and given the maturity of the PPP system in Korea, the government officials would expect project proposals that are somewhere in line with the government plans and not necessarily something out of the blue. However, from the government's recent policy direction, we can also stipulate that the government is trying to move towards vitalizing more innovative projects or projects that might not that they might not have thought of. I will come back to this later on. There is this issue of competition. Still the issue of competition. So Article 7 of the PPP law stipulates that the government should endeavor to create conditions conducive to the exercise of private creativity and efficiency while at the same time maintaining public benefit. This indicates that the government's role extends beyond merely leading creative and efficient projects from the private sector, but also involves encouraging competition and participation in the third-party proposal stage, aiming to verify whether there are better alternatives than those proposed by the initial proposer, and ultimately selecting the option that maximizes private creativity and efficiency in the public sector. So in Korea, innovation and creativeness of unsolicited project proposals are manifested through rewarding of bonus points to the initial proponent. But I think that's about where inducing of creativity kind of ends, because competition and third-party proposals are critical to escaping external criticism of USPs, and oftentimes, competent authorities regulate price increasing factors in the request for a third-party proposal. So if any innovation that might lead to price increase, the competent authorities are quite hesitant to accept. Also, there is this tendency of the competent authority to be sort of reluctant on including a clause in the request for proposal that indicates something very creative and very like exclusive to a certain company that might discourage third parties' participation. So there's this sort of a paradox in the government, wanting to have a creative project, but at the same time, not so very much innovative and unique that it would hinder other private sectors' participation. So there really should be a balance in terms of that. So KDI research shows that the mode of delivery affects competition rate. As you can see from the table, the government unsolicited projects of 95 projects, the average competition rate was found to be 1.88, whereas for unsolicited proposals of 161 projects, 1.42. So why is there such difference? There may be various reasons. In the case of USPs, there may exist a significant level of information asymmetry between the initial proposer and the potential competitors in the call for third-party proposals. The initial proposer would have invested considerable time, resources, and efforts in drafting the project proposal, potentially acquiring advanced information that other competing third parties may find difficult to access. I've included this slide because it's worth noticing that despite such issues, the government as a whole is moving toward encouraging more creativeness of PPPs, as this shows from its change to open up eligible facilities to all public facilities in March 2020. So before, PPPs were only limited to 53 facilities that were listed in the PPP Act. Now all public facilities are eligible, and the Ministry of Finance displayed as examples in the 2023 basic plans, which are shown in this box. You can see here, aging facilities improvement project is also one of the examples. And this, for future challenges, I've transported the exact slide which the Ministry of Economy and Finance presented last year at a conference in Seoul to show you the concerns that the government is having currently for PPPs. The ministry is keen on setting models such as aging infrastructure rehabilitation projects, more specifically for the private sector to start participating. They would secondly, they wish to relieve the burden of submitting documents for the initial proposals. From this, you can guess that the required documents for project proposal is quite burdensome, and it actually is. The documents that the private proposer has to prepare is quite detailed. So the Ministry of Finance and PIMAC are finding ways to relieve this. And of course, bringing more competition in projects bidding is deemed a challenge for the government. So this is more of a summary of the points I've made from this presentation. The necessity of private proposal system lies theoretically in introducing the creativity of the private sector, but in practice, the often limited capacity of the government in detailed project development. It is essential to examine whether the evaluation of private sector creativity plays a discerning role in evaluating private proposals. So we used to have more emphasis on financial factors before, such as project cost, the value for money ratio that required financial support. But the government requires now more of a creative aspect in private proposals. So we revised the guideline for calculating preparation points quite recently. And at the same time, competent authorities as well as policymakers should continuously look for ways to promote competition and identify factors that are specific to PPP project proposals. So I've spoken very fast, I think, but that's it about my presentation, and thank you very much for listening.
I think well, again, we are running out of time, but I don't know if there's any particular question in the room now for the case of Korea. André, por favor.
Well, thank you very much. A fascinating presentation. As far as I can tell, the Korean experience is the closest one to the Chilean experience in terms of USPs. I just have two very quick questions. PIMAC, as I understand, is part of KDI, and yes. KDI is part of the Ministry of Finance, or is an independent institution?
It's an independent institution from the government. But we do, it is a government think tank, meaning that we get budget from the government.
But who names the executive director of PIMAC?
The director of PIMAC or the president of KDI?
The director of PIMAC or KDI.
Well, director of PIMAC is the staff member of KDI. So I guess the president of KDI would name the director of PIMAC. The president of KDI is named by the president of the Republic of Korea.
And a second question. Of all the unsolicited projects that have been, or proposals that have been presented, how many have been approved and how many have been rejected? What roughly the percentage rate?
Sorry, I don't have the exact data, but in principle, if the project fails to pass the feasibility assessment, which is stage 1, then it fails to go through the next stage. I don't have the exact number for you, but it shouldn't be so many, because we try to, for the value for money, yeah, so I don't have the exact number right now at the moment. I need to look at the data.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Yoo-Eun. Is there any other question, alguna pregunta adicional en la sala? Okay, again, I see that there's questions in the online, but I'm gonna switch to Spanish now. Hace 10 minutos que debíamos de haber acabado un
Well,
coffee break. de
I
30.
know that we were supposed to take a coffee break about 10 minutes ago. Now, I know that the discussions have been very interesting.
As Andres pointed out, right now there's a lot of similarities and lessons learned from the Korean experience that are useful not only for Chile but for the rest of Latin America and the Caribbean. And we always celebrate the cooperation that we have with Korea, which is always a great partner to the IDB. So thank you so much, and again, thank you and good night. There. Many thanks.
Thank you.
Como les decíamos, estructuramos estas sesiones en
As
tres
I
bloques.
said, we've broken up the discussion in various segments. We talked about innovation, efficiency, but we've broken up the agenda that way. All of the innovations we heard from Australia, South Korea, and now we're going to look at how we can make processes more efficiency in terms of governance, time, effectiveness. We're going to be looking at the case of Minas Gerais in Brazil. I'd like to welcome José Luis Bonifaz, who is the director of the infrastructure studies from the Universidad Pacífico in Peru. And we know that he has a degree from Georgetown University and a degree in engineering from the Catholic University of Peru. Bonifaz is going to be our moderator, and we're going to have presenters from the Peruvian government and also from the state of Minas Gerais. José Luis, are you with us? Yes. Good morning. Good morning, colleagues. Thank you for kindly inviting me, and I'd like to also convey greetings to all of our audience online. Those of you who are connected in Santiago, I'm going to quickly discuss mechanisms for an efficient use of private initiatives. We're going to be looking at the cost recovery, looking at the phase-by-phase process reviews. And as an introduction, I could include in the region, we have a variety of private sector initiatives in some countries in the region that have impacts on the projects underway, and to the extent that that is permitted. Now, do they require state subsidies, government subsidies? Generally, these projects go through national public investment, and if they're self-sustainable, it's not necessarily required. So we have a wide array, a wide variety of systems. In some countries, you have the reimbursement of expenses, and an additional payment to the administration. Additionally, there are bonuses, explicit bonus amounts. without categorizing or grading the discussion, the grading or a points system, as we just saw with Korea. And at the same time, in a case there is a competitive bidding, there needs to be, or there's also mechanisms to address that. But one common problem is the lack of capacity to assess in terms of quality and timeliness of the private sector contribution. In Colombia, we had some very interesting projects because many were rejected, or the private bidders didn't go into the next phase. We have the registry of 144 projects. The administration had rejected 56% of these projects, most of them private sector initiatives. When the registry had 151, 68% of they were private sector as opposed to the public sector. As a result of the number of proposals received, more than 60% of the current projects had went beyond the established time frame, and others were adjudicated. Finally, in terms of the competitiveness of the results of that process of private initiatives in Colombia, 10 of the 12 contracts adjudicated received the offer, and this called into question the efficiency of the provisions in Colombia. Well, fortunately, today we're not going to be looking at the Colombia case. We're going to be looking at two very interesting cases, the case of Peru and Brazil. We have prepared, the panel prepared some specific questions for both of our panelists. So the idea is to look at the various phases that the evaluation study considers, all the way down to the final approval, and what is the progress of through on a phase by phase basis. How could we look at the issues with projects that were not relevant? What about the timeliness, the quality of these evaluations? And then finally, to encourage us more, what are other measures or practices are being contributed in the cases of Peru and Brazil in order to improve the efficiency of the systems? So without further ado, and we'll follow the following. We'll first begin with Lenin Mayorga from Peru. He's the director of private sector investments. This is the guiding agency in the lead in Peru in this area. So go ahead, Lenin, and thank you very much for joining us this morning. Thank you, Jose, Luis, and thank you all for being here, given the differences in the time zones. So I'm going to now share my presentation that I think will help answer some of the questions that are being proposed by the panel. We have some general information, and let me just help set the stage. Looking at PPPs, in Peru, we now talk a lot about PPPs, but it wasn't always that way. In the 1990s, we had a legislation governing concessions, and in 2003, the framework legislation was finally passed that enabled that local governments could also promote public infrastructure projects for public services. This was an initiative. In fact, the decentralized private concession law offered the possibility for other public-private partnerships, including joint venture, management contracts, and this framework legislation, the decentralized one, helped that pave the way in 2008 to focus on private initiatives. We had PPP standards so that in 2015, we were looking exclusively as PPPs, which was seen as the overall category. In 2008, we saw in addition to the concept of the PPPs, we also introduced private initiatives within the body of the law. Although these could only be self-financed, they could be only used in projects that didn't require public sector resources. But it was in 2011 where legislation 29771 was passed that eliminated that restriction. In other words, that private initiatives could not rely on any public sector funds. Now, this didn't really enter into full effect until 2013 with a new budgetary legislation that included mention of co-financing. And there was a new budget legislation that was then implemented and regulated in February of the next year. And that's when private sector initiatives were then included. In Peru, the concession model and the PPP model has been warmly welcomed within the contracts of PPPs. We see about 180 projects, signed contracts, which is not unsubstantial number, insubstantial. However, if we looked at co-financed and self-financed, the first ones that were implemented over time, those co-financed began to take on required more time for development and maturity because of what was already mentioned earlier in terms of the public investment framework. When in 2013, the possibility was introduced of having co-financed private initiatives, we saw an avalanche of about 260 private initiative projects. So if we look at the beginning of the concessions where you had 180 signed contracts, then we saw 260 private initiatives. They couldn't all, not just because of the limited operational capacity of the government or payment capacity, these 260 private initiatives would be, again, co-financed. And in that context, between 2014 and 2016, where we saw all these private initiatives, co-financed private initiatives introduced, of that large number, only 19 passed through the first evaluation screen. And we'll see this a little further. Actually, only 2 private initiatives were adjudicated, others in portfolios. But aware of this reality, in 2015, the year that the national private investment system was created, the private initiatives, co-financed private initiatives, could not be. It was seen that the state, through the ministry of the regional government, local governments, that needed to determine, first of all, the intervention needs and the budget capacity in order to respond adequately with these projects. So that's what is mentioned in this description here. This regulation has been in force since 2015. And starting in 2017, according to the Benchmarking Infrastructure Development Report of the World Bank, Peru was able to obtain the maximum score of 100 in terms of management, for project management. So the National Private Initiative Promotion System states that any PPP project has to go through these 5 phases. These are all mandatory and there are no exceptions. Let me just stay here for a minute just to delineate and discuss the process, although that's the panel's objective. In the PPP project, we have phase one, which is planning, programming, and scheduling. And this is not a coincidence. Planning not only requires identifying the project, but also prioritizing it based on the, there's no specific regulation about prioritizing. You could include the level of maturity of the project, the social impacts that this is promoting in the discretion. Now, this is basically, it's the authorities that determine that, and that planning and programming. The programming aspect requires aligning this with the payment capacity of the entities. This has recently been subjected to certain modifications, and I'm going to highlight that in a minute. When we look at planning and programming, we look at a mapping, a clear mapping of the entity's budgets. But what we're really seeking here is a statement of what are the public resources that will be required. So this culminates with a document that's the multi-annual PPP report that includes a statement on the amount of public resources to be used. Then we move on to the formulation stage that develop the business case or model, looking at the various phases in the at the beginning. And if there's not a lot of information in the formulation process, we can conduct a preliminary analysis in terms of risk and bankability, a preliminary report on availability of resources, efforts to reduce risks, also looking at the payment mechanisms established. Once the formulation phase is over, the end result would be this report. Let me just stop here for a minute, because the formulation phase is probably the most complicated one, because in the formulation phase, although we are at a fledgling stage of the PPPs, we need to have sufficient information in terms of the technical scope of the project. And that's why the standards and regulations of the private sector participation is, in order to prepare this evaluation report, we need to have the technical report. This technical report is a key input. It could be a profile of the public investment. It can be a preliminary study, but you always need to have a technical base document to help define what are the technical solutions and alternatives. Once the formulation phase has been concluded, then we move on to the structuring. This is together with the transaction phase. This is the time frame for the promotion process. Here we have the development of the basis, which includes the contracts. This is where the Ministry of Economy and Finance is involved, project infrastructure. These are government entities that are involved. And during the transaction phase, then we have the final contract. This is the result of the open market. After the initial contract has been finalized, that opens up the market project. We get comments, we get inputs, questions, and on that basis, we have the final report that then is submitted to the regulating authorities, the Comptroller General of the Republic, to get their comments and feedback. Then once that final contract has been approved, then it's submitted for public bidding. So this is with the government process. Then the private sector, we can see that's characterized by these red lines. Here in the, you have the planning, which is admission and the transactional phase. Then we have opinions regarding the relevance. And that's important because those opinions on the relevance are an early evaluation by the project authorities about the relevance, how aligned the project is with the sector's objectives, the local objectives and priorities, to determine whether the project is going to be relevant for the entity involved, because these are projects that are submitted by bidders and and the proponents, that the rights of the proposer then are included. There's no additional rights in the structure of submitting the document and then continue the process that is shown here. So the relevance, feedback and opinion is a very good sign to the investors about the how relevant this will be, and that would then give the green light to continue the study. Then the other point has to do with, again, the approval of the declaration of interest once the contract has been finalized. And again, this is repeated throughout the promotion phase, but once the initial version of the contract has been approved, then the government says, not only is this relevant, but we would like this to be approved. The entire project, it's not all promoted, but advertised, but they then launch this in a process to see exactly how many bidders come up. The statement or declaration of interest really is the starting point of the transaction phase. And then this opens it up to the market. There may be some differences because once the declaration of interest has been approved, then the promoter of the private investment this is a wake-up call to the market in order to identify interests. And if there are interests and requests, then that would be moved forward. Stated in different terms, the private initiative is transacted in a process that's very similar to the government process. The only difference is you have this admission for the transacting, then you have that early evaluation regarding the project's relevance, and then we have the final approval of the interest statement or declaration, and then the process continues on into the market. And I mentioned earlier that one of the most complicated phases is the formulation, that is subject to various technical reports and studies. In the other process, usually the information becomes more and more detailed and involved as we move along. But here, the private initiative included these other components. In terms of the self-financed or the co-financed initiative, you don't need to include the goals regarding closing the priority gaps established, and the viability declaration isn't applicable here, or an analysis of the annual projections of project co-financing. So in reality, this process is more complex because the technical studies in the formulation phase, I'm talking about the private initiatives that are co-financed, that phase, the technical study or report has to go through the filters of the public investment. And we know that over time, this has become more streamlined, more accelerated. And of course, it's not just a public investment, it's got a longer title, but now it requires a profile. 10 years ago, you needed the feasibility, non-feasibility studies, or profiles as well.
And even with all the simplification, the development of these technical studies continues to be a critical problem for the development of private initiatives. And this doesn't really have to do with the complexity of the process or the complexity in the public investment system, but it rather has to do with a lack of agreement or consensus in the technical solution between what the proposer or the bidder is proposing and the feasibility of the project. And to see this in greater detail, there's an additional slide. However, However, we also have a breakdown on the regulatory timeframes to develop a co-financed private initiative and a self-financed one. In the case of co-financed private initiatives, they'll always take less time, and we're strictly speaking in regulatory terms, and it always takes less time for a co-financed project. It takes it more time, and the phases for planning and programming and the development of the initiatives, and this mainly has to do with the pre-investment system in the case of public investment. And if we look at the numbers here, in a co-financed private initiative, this is for legal timeframes are 470 work days, and in IPCs, it's 440. And if it's a direct award for an IPA, we're going to have 410 work days, and for an IPC, 380 days. It's important to indicate that these are regulatory frameworks. These are not actual timeframes, and the difference is mainly here. If you see, everything else is a mirror, and the difference is in planning and programming phase. And this is basically due to the fact that in the case of the co-financed private initiative, the regulation has indicated a shorter period of time to indicate the relevance. Here we can see in greater detail the flow to develop a project, an auto-financed private initiative, and it goes through the presentation of a private initiative by the proposer, and this goes into analysis or into the process. The relevance opinion is requested from the public entity that is the holder of the project, and it indicates this in a period of 90 days. This relevance opinion takes us to the inclusion of the private initiative in INIAP in this multi-annual investments report in APP and PPP. And with this, we complete the planning and programming phase. Then the financing phase begins that has the development of technical studies. They don't have a regulatory requirement. So the level of technical requirement that the entity wants to establish is what is done. Then the technical study is carried out. The public entity that is the holder of the project issues an opinion, and the Ministry of Economy and Finance does the same. So with this, pro-investment approves the investment report, and the project is included in the promotion process, which is the sum of these two phases, structuring and transaction phases. In the structuring phase, the bases are developed, the comprehensive evaluation report, and then it goes through a whole cycle of opinions to finally have the document, the initial version of the contract. And after that, after the declaration of interest, the question is asked if there are third parties that are interested, and if not, then the direct award is made, and then the signing of the contract. And if there are third parties that are interested, then they go into the bidding process again until we finally reach the contracting phase. In co-financed private initiatives, we basically have the same thing. The only difference is that the time frame to submit the relevance opinion will be of 60 days, while here the time frame for the relevance opinion is 90 days. And that's why when we showed in the previous slide, we said that IPA always takes a longer legal period, because in IPC there are 30 days less to emit this relevance opinion. But everything else is very similar. Now, as to the development of private initiatives, what have our results been? Well, I mentioned at the beginning, we've had over 260 private initiatives that have been co-financed, of which many few of them have seen the light. And between 2009 and 2022, only 7 PPP projects were awarded for private initiative. Then this one for 317 million, Pitar Taboada, it was auto-financed. Then the loading terminal in 2010, then Pitar La Chida, also in 2010, then the multi-departmental technological security for prisons in 2014, then a port with an investment of $270 million. In 2018, TP Saliveri, then Pitar Titicaca in 2019 for 308 million. Then in 2022, High Performance Center with an investment of 68 million. And this is the result of all these years of private initiative. Here in the presentation that we're going to share, we have a breakdown of the current status of these private initiatives. And we've had very good experiences. For example, in the case of Pitar Taboada, it treats 53% of wastewater in Lima and Callao. Pitar La Chida, that treats 25% of wastewater that is generated by the metropolitan area of Lima. And there was also a project that has not been able to be addressed yet. The case of Pitar Titicaca, unfortunately, was signed in 2019, and last year, December 2023, its early termination was established for the concession project. Then others, El Callao, Mineral Terminal, Salaberry, they're moving forward. Coar Center, that was awarded recently in 2022. We have an arbitration for a penalty applied by the Peruvian state for the delay in the presentation of the definitive engineering studies. So what are the numbers at an aggregate level? We have 7 projects awarded that have derived from private initiatives for 1,260 million. There are 2 projects from the transportation sector. There's a housing project, Minedu, and the amount that is indicated here for self-financed projects. So we have a portfolio of 7 projects awarded for $1,260 million, but on the way, we have a very interesting portfolio of 19 projects for over $7 billion distributed between transportation, education, housing, and other sectors, being the largest number of private initiatives of co-financed type. And as I mentioned at the beginning, PPPs are developed on public infrastructure, public services, and maybe most of the projects self-financed have already been awarded with PPP projects to certain concessioners. And now we have to design PPPs in other sectors, maybe in the social sectors, as is shown here. And so most of these private initiatives are co-financed private initiatives. And just so you know, this project that is mentioned of MTC for $4 billion is the first private co-financed private initiative in the history of Peru. So this is the first initiative that was presented after the law of 2013 and the regulation in 2014. This is a project that has now 10 years in the portfolio and that we hope to be able to award this year, 2024. Here, in terms of time frames and maturity times, we have the 7 projects that had been mentioned. The ones that are in gray are a co-financed private initiative that require the use of public resources, and the others are auto-financed or self-financed private initiatives. This image is very especially representative because here we can see that to reach the declaration of feasibility, it's almost taken 4 years. The study started on October 29th, 2014, and viability was declared in December 31st, 2018, so over 4 years. So in other words, this whole time, it was only used to determine the technical solution for the project, and the part that is in gray, this is the PPP part. It's taken us longer to have a pre-investment study declared as viable than to structure the PPP project. But what's true is that the sample is not really very representative in order to draw important conclusions regarding what type of initiatives take more time. And actually, we have from 411 work days to, or business days, to 2,140 business days, which is the time that is taken to develop private initiatives. And here we show how much each one, or how long each one is taken. Callao, this one, the terminal, the loading terminal in Callao is the one that's taken less time, or the least time, than this one here for technological security in prisons, and then Pitar Taboada, Pitar Titicaca, although it took an important time for its maturity, then at the end of the day, it's had this early closing. Lenin, you only have a couple of more minutes. Yes, I'm going to close with this. And here we show the days that the structuring of Core Center has taken, including this day of the 1,188 business days. What lessons learned or what opportunities do we have for improvement? Well, given that we don't have projects identified as self-financed PPPs, the thing is that we're going to be going to these initiatives, these co-financed private initiatives are going to have a budget. We already have the experience of the Peruvian state that when the co-financed private initiatives came, there was an avalanche that we were unable to manage. So now the entities have to define what projects they want to develop and what the amount that they have for these are. And then on the other hand, something that we do need to improve are the technical studies. And this happens because, as I mentioned a moment ago, there is no consensus between what is proposed by the tender, and there are technical regulations that make this exercise much more difficult. So our opportunities for improvement, this is something that we have to work more on to evaluate the budget capacity to include new projects, knowing that the private sector has not detected self-financed private initiatives in recent years. And on the other hand, to establish a mechanism to facilitate this decision-making in the technical phase. And with this, I reiterate my gratitude for this invitation. And well, thank you all very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Lenin. Very interesting. You've clearly narrated the problems that the country has had. So I congratulate you for your brilliant presentation. Now we're going to move on to the case of Brazil. Or first we'll have a round of questions. Okay, no, we'll move on to Brazil now. The procedure for the expression of interest by Brazil several years ago was also an issue for public administration, but it's been improving throughout the years and at a state level. There's been work and a series of regulations on this that have been regulating the case of private initiatives in Brazil. And for this, we've invited Fernanda Alen Goçalves da Silva, who's the Undersecretary of Concessions and Partnerships of the State Secretariat for Infrastructure, Mobility and Partnerships of the state of Minas Gerais, Brazil. You have the floor.
Para mí, buenas tardes ya. Así que es un gusto estar aquí hoy. Muchas gracias por la invitación. Aquí agradezco, ¿perdón? ¿Lo puedo seguir?
Adelante, adelante, se te escucha bien.
Vale, gracias. Am, Así que aprovecho para agradecerle a la invitación por el BID en la persona de Marcos Siqueira.
So I take advantage of this opportunity, this invitation by the IDB, and I have the challenge of presenting the experience of Minas today. So I'm going to share my screen. And can you please confirm that you can see my screen? Yes, we can. So, well, I'm going to talk about the mechanism of unsolicited proposals for the infrastructure in Minas and a bit about our experience and how we see this as a challenge to the mechanism. The state of Minas has two important mechanisms to achieve the support of private initiative for the development of studies in structuring processes in public-private alliances or partnerships. So these instruments are instruments that are used for decision-making before starting or well, before making the public call. So it is a way in which the state can structure PPP projects. So what are the differences among these two mechanisms? Well, actually, I'm going to say that they have the same objective because this expression of interest that here we call PMI, procedure for the manifestation of interest, is a way in which the private sector can offer studies in a specific matter or in a specific sector. And this private manifestation of interest that comes from the private sector, so who starts this whole process, and this goes all the way up to public administration. Well, why address or put both things together? Well, because it's important to say that both instruments have the same purpose, which is to have studies, ideas, or the permeability of the private sector for infrastructure, for matters of infrastructure. So that's why I'm considering both of them. And why do we use these instruments for the structuring of PPP projects? We know that public administration many times is a bit bureaucratic. So these instruments are easier, they're simpler. At least here in Minas, there are simpler legal juridical instruments and less bureaucratic when I compare this, for example, to the signing of a contract with multilaterals, with the IDB, because there I have to make a public call, for example, when I have to go somewhere else. I also have to make more calls, which it delays or lengthens the structuring time very much. Also, there's no need for the financial analysis here because they're going to pay for the costs and they're only going to have, though, for this financial expense, they're only going to have a reimbursement for the costs. And if there's a winner, for example, they will be responsible for reimbursing the private partner. So the risk of the studies remains with the private stakeholders or the private actors. So that's the first step. There is no financial expense by the public administration. And we also see that the mechanism opens doors to new ideas and proposals by promoting innovation, which is something that is highly relevant for us because, as you know, public administration doesn't have the full domain, technical domain, new sectors and things of the sort. So instruments capable of allowing the permeability of ideas of the private initiative are very welcomed. Allows the participation of private stakeholders. And going back to this morning's presentation when we started talking about transparency, because of this whole engagement with the private sector, we need to have processes that allow the permeability and that also need to come with transparency. So what are the considerations that we need to bear in mind here so that this private actor can present a project so here we think that the first thing is the risk of capture, and therefore it is fundamental to guarantee that technical studies, or that the studies have to be technical and unbiased, impartial. So in other words, we need to have a specialized team within the state or the public stakeholder to evaluate all these studies. Maybe many times there's a need to change premises, to change some things so that we can have a process, an impartial technical study. And also to put these projects to public consideration and expand the market. Participation is relevant in these cases. And this began with a federal law in 1995, and this law allows the studies that are carried out for the concession of PPPs, excuse me, to be reimbursed to the interested party that performed these studies. So the federal law gave the states the possibility and this authorization, and after this, the state of Minas has regulated the whole process of participation by the private initiative. So now in 2022, we've made important advances in the regulation, even allowing the unrequested private initiatives to begin. So this is an entirely transparent process. And this new regulation established an innovation in the structuring process, and the main points I can say are the ones that are listed here. I've already mentioned the first one on the regulation of this manifestation of the private sector. And why was this an advance? Because it generates legal security, juridical security, without having to make a call for proposals. And here I'm going to explain a bit, because before the new decree, there was only the possibility, or the state only had the possibility to publicize or advertise a public call and address it towards a specific sector, indicating that we're interested in having the private sector study a certain topic. But it was common that before this call, the public administration would at some point be provoked by a stakeholder. But since we didn't have a transparent legal instrument by which the manifestation of private interest is defined, the state, to guarantee legal security and promote participation or bring more stakeholders interested in these unsolicited proposals. But this has now changed with the new decree. So now it's possible for a company or a private actor to manifest their interest individually. And this has generated more transparency. Also, these instruments allow the studies to be carried out for a diversity of possibilities and not only PPPs. So, for example, this could be used for some strategic projects that are regulated by the general public call law, and at the same time for the PPP in a broad sense for privatizing. We have still not had any cases of unsolicited proposals to study public enterprises, but there is that possibility in the legal framework. Something else that I think is very important and that affects the success rate of these initiatives is that the decree established some phases that give the public administration, it offers the public administration great pre-feasibility or prior indication that, in fact, this initiative is going to reach an ulterior result.
That we at least want to make sure that it will reach the point of the PPP studies publication. So all of this through the authorization given to the private sector to conduct studies, the government will determine exactly what studies to be conducted. So we divide this in various segments, intermediate segments to be, and here we have the potential for concluding the process if the studies are considered unsatisfactory or of poor quality. The intent here is to ensure that sequencing of actions, a monitoring process, continuous monitoring process by the public oversight authorities with vis-a-vis this private actor to ensure that we will reach a successful conclusion so that we're not wasting time. Additionally, as I've already stated, those who are authorized to conduct these studies can to bring in more through authorizations for one person who has been authorized to conduct these studies will be reimbursed. Costs will be reimbursed. In other words, the winning bidder will reimburse those that were involved in conducting these studies. Now, we need to be very cautious here because the capture risk is focused here, because it turns out that people who participate in preparation of the studies, of course, want to participate in the public advertisement and publication. So we need to be very careful with the prerequisites and make sure that we have the proper criteria and standards in place in terms of the studies. So the reimbursement for the studies through the this can be open through authorization processes or a public advertisement of the request for a study. It can be by category, looking at the percentage, and we limit the value to a maximum ceiling of the cost for the study of 5%. Another interesting aspect is very important for Minas Gerais is that this resolution also allows for the PPP to have one public advertisement offering the possibility for conducting these studies. This can be important because Minas has 853 municipal governments. Therefore, there are many local organizations that have similar infrastructures, and therefore conducting isolated studies, of course, would raise costs. So the state proposes one single public calling process where you can achieve economies of scale in the project structuring process and even create partnerships between various municipal governments in order to achieve economies of scale in preparing these PPPs. There are many involved in public awareness and advertisement. So here are the key phases as we see the generating of processes. The government then will advertise, and we will see a process of accreditation of those who are interested in offering their services and preparing the reports. Then there's an authorization process to launch the study. Then there's an analysis and final approval of the studies. And then the information would be publicized. The objective would be then, of course, to achieve the successful conclusion of advertising this to the public. Now, we also see the presentation by the private sector of the proposal. Then the PPP would conduct a review looking at the formal criteria, the need to present. What are the legal, strategic measures that are included? What about the level of predictability of ultimate success? In other words, various components that will help the public authorities to understand that this private sector partner is interested in fully assessing and understanding these assets. Then there would be a response by the public policy makers This would have the secretariats, the Secretariat of Education, Health, Safety, Public Safety would be then given an opportunity to provide inputs. So here, we look at the criteria of admissibility based on formal criteria. Then we also look at adherence with the public policy priorities. Of course, these need to be included to make sure that there is consistency with public policy planning. The Secretariat needs to understand that the proposal presented by the private sector partner, they need to understand that this is going to contribute to improving public policies and meet the priorities. If the Secretariat provides or expresses approval, then there's an authorization granted for conducting the studies, analyses, and when these are approved, then these would be advertised to the public. It's also important to hear the key unit has developed a kit of documents in order to support the procedures and ensure adherence to the good standards. So here we prepared standard forms so that the private sector partner or those involved would then submit this for commentary by the public sector authorities from the private sector. Additionally, the workflow between the PPP and the government entities responsible, that workflow, there's a whole process that is already established in the resolution. Here I provided an overview of the success ratio of the published documents. This is covering the period 2008 to 2024. We look at a total of 33 instruments that were published and authorized the private sector to develop these studies, of which 14 later evolved into the 14 public calls, and then we had this resulted in 10 signed contracts. What I would like to point out here is that there's all of these instruments that were published encompass a vast variety of topics and subject matters that includes roads, airports, cultural centers, stadiums, cultural assets and facilities, parks, sanitation initiatives. So it's important to point out that in some specific cases, the structuring process began with unsolicited proposals, but somewhere along the way, the government decided to transition to other structuring mechanisms. If we look at, there's a park in Minas Gerais where we called for private sector studies, and during the development of these studies, the National Development Bank of Brazil, B called on the state to conduct a macro study encompassing all of the government agencies. So we thought it was a good idea to include that asset into that overarching program. And so as a result, we decided to revoke the authorization to this private sector partner who was conducting a study. This was at the very beginning of the study, fortunately. There were two cases similar to this. And this happens sometimes. So we need to be very cautious to make sure that the private sector partner isn't going to incur costs if there's no possibility to receive any sort of reward later. So we need to be very careful when we call on these entities to provide reports. So here we have a summary of the period covering 2019 to 2023. 60% of the published PMIs and wound up with either with a contract or they were called the PMIs. We saw a disruption in the continuity. From 2019 up to the present, we've had a greater control in terms of unsolicited proposals. I think it's important to point out, for example, looking at the request for studies regionally, the first thing that the market identified is that we shouldn't follow the same PPP model of the past. So we launched a process with a view to, for example, through the PPP path. And of course, this was very important in order to shift the process and transition to other kinds of administrative contracts. It may not be fair to only look at 2019 to 2023, but there are some questions to be submitted here for the discussions. But if we look at the of the infrastructure projects, high roads, airports, logistical operations, as we call them here, we saw that in 30 of these, we had the different types of contracting mechanisms. The average from the structuring all the way to the signing, formal signing of the contract, looking at logistical infrastructure projects, we saw 33 months average time. And if we look at the unsolicited proposals, that average time frame was 19 months. Why am I saying that this isn't fair? Because the projects that were conducted through the unsolicited proposal framework that includes Pupuya Airport, these are projects much less complex vis-a-vis the others. So I've identified the time frame, but there's no final conclusion of what is proposed. But once a proposal is unsolicited proposal is submitted in sectors where the studies are more straightforward, the possibility of these outcomes is greater. You only have a few more minutes, Fernanda. All right, let me just wrap this up with these final points. Looking at challenges and opportunities, the key points here to highlight is that you need to have a legal or institutional framework. That's the key pillar in order to, and when these things are done directly through private sector, without any call to the public to ensure that other actors develop studies. And another key point is that these need to be through a central PPP unit. They need to be directed through that in order to ensure abeyance to standards of technical rigor, as well as useful outcomes and results. We need to clearly define the technical premises, the regulatory standards. We also need to have a constant monitoring with a definition of partial milestones and look at the usefulness in terms of outcomes to the process, as well as have public consultation and market rounds to receive feedback and priority information. So with that, I've concluded my presentation. Thank you very much for my portunio. Well, thank you, Fernanda. I thought it was a very clear report, and it's an interesting experience that you've shared with us from Minas Gerais through government and state to government resolutions. And I think these two ways of conducting private initiative participation that you have discussed have been structured, and I think they have had a short awarding period and adjudication process. Your Spanish is flawless. I now would like to move on to the head table to see if there are any questions in Chile. I can't see you, so if anybody could just help direct me. I have a question. One thing that I thought was very interesting is that the fact that in the case of Brazil, this is a question for Fernanda, you reimburse the costs of the studies by the proposers. You can, once the award is granted, you reimburse the studies, but you haven't defined or determined the value of these studies in accordance with the outcomes of the bidding and requests. And I know that you mentioned a cap of 5%. How do you determine the value of the study, the costs that are reimbursed for the of the studies? And I also see that there was a discussion about the other interested parties. So how do you reimburse the initial proposal? Or maybe there's no reimbursement that takes place. Excellent question. So the first question, again, that public advertisement and call to call on those interested to conduct a study, that how did we value this? So first of all, we looked at the criteria for the structuring of similar projects. We looked at, in terms of costs, of the structuring, for example, of road projects. And we then come up with an average of the costs for road or park evaluations and studies. So then we come up with an average when we call on the public to see if the private partner is interested in conducting that study. We may not include any value, just establish a ceiling of 5%. But there's a possibility that the private partner will raise the cap sky high in order to increase costs for reimbursement. in terms of the winning bidder in the future. So I think it's preferable to conduct a price study through benchmarking. And with that, we include in the information that we're publishing and the information, we will have a maximum ceiling of 5%. Regarding, I'm not sure if that was clear. Excuse me. So the private partner, those interested, present an idea, and then you take that concept, you have a bidding for the studies that could be done by a third party. Is that the way the process unfolds? Yes, we can give exclusive authorization for those presenters or proposers. If that proposer submits an idea and wants to study the road proposal, and let's say it's a 30,000 cost, then if the private party wants to be reimbursed, then I need to expand the possibility of including participation by more parties. So then I create the request for one party will be then expanded, where we will call on the public in general. We'll state there's a party that wants to study this. These are the costs. Is there anyone else interested in participating? That's how we would structure it. So the proposer is entitled to get reimbursement for the studies. If he submitted the original, well, then if the one that submitted the original idea, well, depends. You can request, let's assume that two parties want to develop the same idea. Then the government, if both parties have receive the authorization, then we need to have a table stating that first of all, what are the products that we're going to assess, evaluate? What are the evaluation criteria? And if two parties or proposers submit the same products, then there will be a determination regarding which is the best proposal. Whoever develops the best study will be awarded the reimbursement. If, for example, if the idea originated from the first proposer or business, but then there's someone else who develops it more clearly, and the government in the approval of the evaluation considers that this evaluation or study was better, then it's going to be that proposer, that business or entity that's going to be given the awarded the contract. Thank you very much, Fernanda. I don't know if there are any additional questions or comments. Otherwise, I'd like to just conclude this panel discussion. I'd like to thank Fernanda and also Lenin for excellent presentations. Yes, thank you very much. They've both been very enlightening discussions reflecting the experiences in Peru and Brazil. And I'd like to thank both of our presenters. Yes, we'd like to thank our panelists and also Jose Luis for moderating this. I know we've worked together for a long time with Jose Luis, not just in the area of infrastructure planning and throughout the region. This has always been a topic where you have enriched us with Peru's experience working with the private sector. It's an excellent opportunity that I think will continue to be a part of the discussion as it has always been in our joint effort. So thank you very much, Jose Luis, Fernanda, Lenin. And I must add that I know I said that we don't speak too quickly, but so I played the bad guy. But thank you very much for again your contributions. So first we talked about innovation practices, then we talked about efficiency in the processes, and then finally something that I think is very close to Chile, the Chilean government's desires, to how to involve, for example, local stakeholders, local governments in infrastructure projects and issuing concessions. I'd like to offer the floor to Eduardo Chaquiel, Director of Concessions, and I'm going to give you my seat over here. You will be moderating this last discussion. Well, thank you very much, Ancor, for offering me the floor. I first would like to start by expressing my appreciation on behalf of the Director of Concessions of Chile. I'd like to thank the IDB for helping host this very interesting dialogue and discussion. I'd like to thank the Concessions Council of Chile for their support, and also for the panelists that have been involved in all of our discussions. They've created a great deal of interest in the areas that we're covering. So our final segment looks at governance issues. We've already discussed in some of the previous presentations about the importance that the link between the PPP projects, the private sector with planning, regional, local planning, the importance of empowering the communities that will derive benefits from these projects. So now we need to look at what is that link between these various components. And to do that, I'd like to introduce our panelists from Brazil in Canada. First, from the state of São Paulo, we have Lais Menegon, who is a consultant at the São Paulo Investment Promotion Agency. And then we have André, with an attorney with a vast experience in the regulatory field and infrastructure. Then we have Mariana Mosquiar, who is she's an attorney and specializes in city planning, public management, and Marcela Santos, an attorney as well, project director in the municipality of São Paulo. And then we have from Canada, we have joining us James Budd, who is executive director in the province of Alberta, Canada.
And well, basically, I'd like to ask our panelists if we can refer to the following topics. First, how do we articulate the needs in your units in regards to the development of concessions and private initiatives? The second is, how do we articulate these needs with the budget sources, the part of public budget, and of course, how do we define that in terms of the needs of communities or local authorities, local and subnational authorities? So, well, to begin, I want to give the floor to Lais. Mhm.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. Nice to meet you. My name is Lais. I'm here as a legal advisor to André, who is Deputy Secretary of Partnerships Investments here in the state of São Paulo. So the material that we prepared today, Andrea would like you to share.
Yes. Hello, everyone. First, thank you for arranging this workshop. I'll just share our presentation here. 1 minute, please. Do you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, let me try to. It's on the presentation mode or not?
No, it was when it changed.
Okay. Because
No.
I don't see you when I put in the presentation mode, but I will just go through our brief presentation about the USP here in the state of São Paulo. First, my name is André Isper. I'm Deputy Secretary for Partnerships of the São Paulo State Government, and Laís introduced herself. We both work here in the SPI, is a secretariat with the competence to structure PPPs and also to enforce PPPs after the contract is celebrated and the project is on its implementation and operation phase. So São Paulo has a good history here with the USP and the PPP sector as a whole, okay? So I'll just go through the legal framework, just for you to know the agenda. The legal framework, afterwards we talk a little about the general results. We have some data on that, and also our key takeaways, because recently, as you'll see very shortly, we managed to do a big revision of our procedure, both for USP and also for PPP structuring as a whole in the state of São Paulo, and that we did in our secretariat via a governor's decree. Okay, so about the legal framework, at the national level, we have in 1993 the Public Procurement Act. After in 1995 we have the Concession Act, and in 2004 we have the PPP specific acts. I think here at IDB, our audience probably know that in Brazil, PPP has a specific meaning. The definition is legal, and it's in a broader sense. PPP in Brazil is when the government puts some type of revenue or capex on the project, okay? And concessions is when the project's revenue via fees or any kind of fare pays for the service. But in the international literature, PPP is both types of contract. But just for you to know, since 95 in the Concessions Act, we have the possibility that the call for tender for that specific project authorizes the refurbishment of the studies cost for anyone that have participated in the structuring phase. Okay, so that there is a legal possibility to do so since the 90s here in Brazil. And now talking about the legal framework here of the state of São Paulo, our digitization program dates back from the 90s. We have also a PPP specific program, and these both programs are with the let's say the objective of both programs is to attract private investments. The first one, the digitization program, encompasses both concessions in a legal sense here in Brazil, that the fares pay for the service, and also the privatization of public assets with or without a concession. And the PPP specific program, as I said here in Brazil, PPP has a specific meaning that is, it's a generalization, okay? But it's like a concession, but with some kind of public payments for services or capex, okay? In 2011, we have a specific USP ruling at the PPP program. So, and after in 15, we had a new decree that created a platform for USP to be presented for the government. So there is a website that we call Partnership Platform, or Plataforma de Parcerias in Portuguese, that anyone can present a proposal for the government to analyze, and afterwards you have a procedure that is regulated in that decree. And in 23 last year, as we took over the Secretariat that did not exist at the time, we did a new program that's called PPI, and our inspiration is the federal program that we think that it's successful in a sense, and we unified both the PPP and the desestatização program. We call it PPI here in São Paulo too. And now we have a board for this PPI program. The board has 5 members, okay, permanent members, the deputy governor, the civil house secretary, our secretariat. We have a secretary of state here in our secretariat, that's Rafael Benini, and I'm the deputy secretary of this secretariat. We have of course the finance, the treasury, that is the 4th permanent member, and we have the state attorney general. I said 5, but it's 6 permanent members. That is the Secretary of Environment here of the state of São Paulo. The idea is that with this composition, we have all the stakeholders, major stakeholders, let's say, in the program. We have not the governor itself, himself, because the governor's agenda is not that simple, but you have the deputy governor that is somehow aligned with the government, of course. The civil house, I think the translation here is not that precise, but it's the chief of staff of the São Paulo state government. The chief of staff coordinates all the programs in the state of São Paulo, so it makes it sense for him to participate in that board. Our secretariat as the one that executes any decision on the PPP and concession program. The treasury, because the treasury holds the money, and a legal representation of the state, and the environment, the Secretariat of Environment, because anything here in São Paulo and in that sense for Brazil in general, you need to consider environmental impact. So it was important for us to have that representation on the board. So that is the new program that we are executing now, and USP is part of the program, and so that's the general legal framework. So I'll just go through here the process for the USP in that program. The revision that I was talking about earlier that we made in the procedure was through a decree. The decree is on the right side of this slide. The first thing that did not wasn't changed since the first USP regulation here in São Paulo is that the private can submit to platform the proposal. So we have this online platform we can share with you after this workshop, that anyone, a company, a citizen, or basically anyone that wants to propose something that regarding PPP projects in the state of São Paulo can submit that proposal in that platform. Of course, our decree enforces some requirements, minimum requirements for that proposal to start to be analyzed, but we have the opportunity for everyone to put their ideas for the government to see. SPI, that is our secretariat, verifies the USP minimum requirements, and it's through a technical note. In fact, it's like we do a technical analysis for that USP and present this USP if the USP matches the minimum requirements, we go to the boards. So we are obligated to go to the board if the USP matches that minimum requirement. It's not a decision of the secretariat of our secretariat. The decision is of the program's boards. And the members of the board, after we present the USP, can decide to include or not in the program. And that's we call it the preliminary phase for our USP enrollment, or initial concept, as you see on the left side of the slide. So afterwards, we have the studies, and our strategy now is to have not necessarily go for a USP, a pure USP. We can go to a call of tenders. So if we, in fact, if we want to go with the private sector doing the structuring of the project with the finance risk of refurbishment, that's the first option here. It's call for tenders, we do a call for tender, and anyone that wants to present studies, including the one that presented the USP initially, we open for every consultant or anyone that matches our call for tenders requirements to present the studies. But also in our decree, we included other possibilities. So we have the impression that not necessarily the USP must proceed with the consultancy, the advisory for the government, and from the one that presented the proposal in the first hand. We can also, and our experience, revealed that, as you see in the results, that sometimes the idea is very good, but the government can do its own strategies to implement the study. So we can go with a call for tenders with the participation of the USP proponents, but we also can do start a public bidding process for a fee-for-service contract. The difference here is that in a call for tender, in our legal framework, the financial risk of receiving payment from the studies is with the private. It's allocated to the private. So it's not necessarily the private will receive that money, because the project not necessarily will be implemented. So it only receives refurbishment if the project is implemented. In a fee-for-service contract in our legal framework, but for that matter, I think worldwide, you pay for the service as it gets done in product. So And to do that here in Brazil, normally you do a public procurement with minimum requirements for participation, etc. But that's how it works. And finally, we have
I think André had instability. on his-
the possibility in the big contracting services like IDB, for instance. So
I think André had a problem with his network.
you are not hearing me?
You're back, André. The
I'm
present-
back. Okay. Our internet is not that good today here in the Secretariat. But I was talking. Did you hear the fee for service part?
Yes, yes. I can
Okay.
hear.
So, thank you. So we have the possibility to do a fee for service via public procurement, and we have also the possibility to contract with a multilateral, some kind of cooperation, or even a fee for service. We like that possibility too, because you know, multilaterals, and I from my personal experience, has a very good access of the best practices, the let's say the frontier of advisory and technical studies. So sometimes makes sense, depending on the project, to have the partnership with multilateral to develop studies. So
André, just a
hello.
comment. You need to share your screen again because with the internet.
Oh, sorry about that. Janela here. Okay. Do you see it?
Yes.
Okay. So, but our focuses we are focusing on USP. So, taking if the board, the SPI, sorry, decides to go for a call for tenders from a USP that started with a USP, we do the call for tenders. It's public, and we can establish and success fee cap for the USP proponent if the project is implemented. And the USP and anyone can have an authorization to develop the studies. Is the last step on the left here. So SPI may do changes in the studies, may ask the private and all the privates involved that was granted the authorization to revise the studies. And now I'm going to talk a little after the authorization is granted. We have, and for that matter, I'm talking PPP, not in a strict sense in the legislation standpoint here in Brazil. I'm talking PPP on a broader sense, okay? So we have the public hearings, and all the authorized proponents can participate in the public hearings, developing their own studies. And afterwards, we receive the final documentation. Like, we gather all the contributions for all the revisions of the proponents, and then we go to a board decision again. So we have a first decision for qualification of qualifying the project in the program. We have the possibility to count with the USP proponents to develop the studies, but with the possibility of other proponents interested in that scope to also participate. And we go to the board, and the board decides to implement the project or not. So if we have the positive decision from the board, we go to a competitive tender, and then the concession agreement is granted and signed. That's the flow, the today's flow of the USP here in the state of São Paulo. As you see, we have here, for me, the most, let's say, valuable parts of USP procedures is the first part. And I say that because sometimes the government stay inside a box, you know. So if the private have an idea and bring the idea to a platform that's public, that anyone can access, we kind of not provoke, but stimulate the private to have ideas and bring to the government in a good environment, and we don't have this let's say problem with auditors and any kind of control instance, because the opportunity is given for everybody and for everyone. Okay, and that's I would say a premise of our ruling here in the state of São Paulo. So I'll just go to that, and we have some general results. I'll ask Lais to talk a little about.
André. Sí se escucha ahora. Sí, sí.
He made this data from the platform and organized it and analyze.
André, can you hear me?
Yes.
Please, we have a couple of minutes because we have to continue with the next presentation. A couple of minutes to give the ideas that you have now to present to end your main conclusions. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry about that. I think I took too long, but Lais, you want to comment on this slide very, very shortly?
Yes, yeah, sure. So just general numbers here to show some results that we had from the last years. We had over 50 USP projects submitted in all the history of the state of São Paulo since 2011. And this number, a substantial part of it increased after we created the platform in which we can submit, as André mentioned, it can be submitted the projects by any citizen or any player, and also show this current status of each project. And regarding the results of these submissions, today we have 2 concession agreements granted, one of them of the subway line 6 and another regarding hospital complex. So one from the transport sector, another from the health sector. And we have one project waiting for its signature, which is the intercity train of São Paulo Campinas, which was the public session happened 15 days ago around it. And we're gonna just jump in on showing brief highlights of this example. And our current portfolio of the program, we have 9 projects being structured that came originally from USPs. So it is really representative, as André was mentioning, that the inputs are really valuable that came from the market, and it became over its history, it's really a government project along the way. And finally, around 38 projects were filed or not compliant with government priorities. And just to summarize it briefly, we can say that the majority of the projects that are submitted and accepted are focused on the transport sector. And it's due to, it reflects the government priorities itself. So if you can jump in, Andre, for the next, I think he's not connected.
USP was the concept of the the idea of the project came from a USP. Afterwards, we contracted a technical cooperation with IDB, and we had the public session for that project. It's a very important project for the state of São Paulo in February, and we are now waiting for the concession agreement signature. So that's a good example of how USP can help the state to move with good ideas. And key takeaways, I'll go very fast. I think it's important to have, and our experience here shows that, and transparent mechanism to the USP submissions. In our case, the partnership platform. We here in São Paulo, we are unlikely to adopt a direct negotiation with the USP because of our legal framework and compliance issues. And the thing about the platform is that it's very open and our processes are very transparent. I think also USP success rate may be similar to the PPP projects proposed by the Secretariat and other public agencies here in São Paulo. So in a first sight, you can think that 38 not successful projects is failure, but it's not. It's very common for in our sector, big investments, big scopes, big challenges to have that kind of results. So I don't think we can take USP success or here in São Paulo or not just with that raw data. You just to understand the flow and the processes here. In that regard, I think anywhere in Brazil we have that difficulty with PPP projects. And finally, that was a point that I made earlier in this presentation. I think the most valuable thing that USP brings to the government is the ideas and the concepts. I think it's very important to be open, and not necessarily the technical studies may happen with the USP proponent. It can happen, but not necessarily in our legal framework. But the thing is that the idea is very important to receive, and in fact to the private have the opportunity to propose. That's it. Sorry for that we was run off. We lost the time, but we are at your disposal for any doubts and for the discussion. Thank you.
Perfecto, muchas gracias, Lais y André, por la completa.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Lais and Andre, for this very thorough presentation. And to continue, I want to give the floor to the municipality of São Paulo through Mariana. Go ahead, Mariana, please.
Boa tarde a todos. Eu, na verdade, vou pedir aqui a Marcela, que está junto comigo.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like Marcela, my colleague, to start this presentation. We have prepared a presentation for you. Thank you, Mariana. Thank you, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon.
Estamos muy contentos de participar en este workshop.
I'm pleased to participate in this workshop. And I'm very interested in hearing everything. I'm going to give the presentation in, I don't think we're going to have any problems with the language. I'm going to, first of all, share the presentation. The slides are in English, and I'll be speaking in Portuguese.
Can you see my screen, my presentation? And can you hear me well? Thank you. So here we are, Mariana and me, Marcela. We are project director at SP Parcerias, and we lead these initiatives in several areas, which include housing, energy, health, urban mobility, specifically in the city of São Paulo. The previous presentation was for the state of São Paulo, and this is our experience with the city of São Paulo. In recent years, our experience has been very fruitful as the result of interactions with the market. We plan to here discuss together some of those aspects. So we will say a few things about ourselves, also to place us where we are in this in the Brazilian legal framework. We'll bring some specificities of the city of São Paulo, and finally, Mariana will share some of the initiatives and of the lessons learned. So, SP Parcerias, which means SP partnerships, was established to develop concession and PPP projects and to enable the execution of the privatization plan. We, from the beginning, have been working with innovation to propose solutions that allow for leveraging investments and to improving the quality of services provided, always pursuing the welfare of everyone. We have a very diverse portfolio, and we invest a lot in governance. I would like to highlight the anti-bribery ISO, the racial equality seal, and all these affiliations that we have. There's over 15 billion in direct and indirect benefits in the projects that have been published. So this portfolio is indeed a global reference. I think it is important that we put things into perspectives because we have participants here from other countries, and I think it is important to remember that there's some specificity in Brazil that makes this topic to be addressed in a different way, because we have 3 levels of the executive branch with legislative and budgetary independence. We have the federal, the state, and the municipal levels. That leads to this mosaic of legal of legislations. And when it comes to public procurement, the federal level has the national laws, but the state level can detail the procedures, can include requirements, and can also innovate, specifically when it comes to procedures. So the subnational levels in Brazil have their own legislations. Therefore, the legislation is very complex. The state of São Paulo has their own legislations. The state of Minas Gerais, for example, has their own laws that could be different, and all the municipalities, they can all have their own independent legislation. And I find it important to clarify to our colleagues in other countries. So there's the 3 levels, as I was saying, and since the 90s, this topic has evolved a lot in Brazil and keeps on advancing. Our public procurement law dates back to 1993. We've had state laws after that, and it evolved until it got to the federal PMI decree. And all these legislations, they were enacted so that every aspect could be covered. In the past decade, Brazil underwent a very serious infrastructural crisis. I believe you all have heard of the car wash operations and how it led to a change in the control systems. And this is positive, but when you prevent this exchange between public and private sectors, that can also lead to too much rigidity that does not benefit any of the sides. And in my opinion, an important message here is that in Brazil today, we have mature legislation when it comes to these instruments for public and private partnerships and interactions. Mariana will give you some more details about some of these controls. Fernanda introduced the difference between PMI and MIP, and here in Brazil, we are always emphasizing the capturing risk and the very strong concern of the government not to have any bias. Whereas we saw that in Korea, for example, the first proposer could be awarded because of the innovative character in itself alone. And it is important to say then that even if the public government wants to pursue in a certain way, it needs to give transparency and to allow for other players to have the opportunity to also bid. That ensures equity, isonomy, and also diversity, so as to ensure the best decision making. It is also important to mention this innovation from the city of São Paulo because of that specific legislation that is municipal, and that is the preliminary expression of interest. And that is when there's some very incipient level that is required, maybe to understand the market. Maybe this will actually be so that we can have the real starting point. And because of the preliminary character of those studies, they are not they are not reimbursed. This is different from the next level on, where the studies will indeed be reimbursed. This process has been described by my colleagues, and so either the government receives that MIP or they publish the PMI because they already know what they want. And then we start this, the process. Oftentimes, the government makes a mistake that once there's the PMI, there's nothing else to be done. And if you underestimate this level, this may compromise quality. It is important to develop the state capabilities from the beginning, or perhaps hire someone who will be able to assess the studies later on. In the city of São Paulo, we are really privileged because this has been working successfully because of a very sound institutional governance. Everyone's role is very well defined. When this was introduced, it was implemented, the governance mechanisms, but it matured with time. The PMD, the destatization, which equals to privatization municipal plan, was developed, and this helps conduct this process with all those players, and this is what guides the opportunities to manifest their interests. We here have the public policies as was determined, and that being monitored by the Municipal Council of Privatization and Partnership. Here we have the privatization discussion forum, and we also develop the legal modeling. We do that with our the company's human resources, and sometimes, depending on the project, we may need to come into discussions with the market, and these institutions would then be ready to support the municipal government in this sense. This helps in terms of being competitive. Also, this prevents from having politics interfere. Every decision leave the personal preferences, etc., and they enter a different level that is in a system that is consistent, that's leveled, and all this context allow for the development of these very successful dialogues, and yet allow for all the challenges and opportunities that will now be shared by Mariana. Thank you for your remarks, Marcela. I do believe that this is a very favorable environment for discussions and open dialogue with the market. And to add to this morning of such interesting presentations, I would like to bring our own perspective of our experiences here at SP Initiatives. Our experiences are very diverse. We were comparing some of the numbers shared by the city of São Paulo, the state of Minas Gerais, and we see some significant number in our context. SPP Initiatives has their own technical resources and human resources to work in all these diverse topics. And yet here you see that we have several PMIs and PPMIs in different fields, all in the city of São Paulo. So the question is, in the end, what drives the use of a PMI or a PPMI in terms of structuring those processes internally? I would say that the answer is it depends on the result that is aimed from this interaction with the private sector. It could be just a market assessment. It could be more than that. Because if we think specifically of a given situation, we know that we need limited scope. We need this expertise to be put to use so that this scope is clear. Transportation, for example, we had a PMI for urban bus terminals, and we have one that is now open for the light rail vehicle. And the study that was performed was to determine the demand. In other cases, we might need to innovate. We might need some new technologies. Those are very specific niches, or perhaps those are some areas that are still resisting to interactions with the private sector. For example, funeral services here in our context. Also, urban parks. São Paulo was in the forefront of private concessions of public urban parks. And what is important is to indeed assess if the demand is present and if there is need for a given service. In some very incipient areas like the timed parking, yes, there were no other players, but when we think of the business model that is desired, it is something that must be known so that we can have clarity in the project.
Por favor, si en 2 o 3 minutos podías darnos las ideas principales que quieres
Could
seguir.
you please, in 2 or 3 minutes, could you please give us the key takeaways? Thank you.
Definitely. I had 3 actual examples I was going to share with you, but ideally, well, maybe we can skip through them and talk about the takeaways for us here at São Paulo Partnership. So Marcelo can skip over some slides. Thank you. So, as we've heard earlier today, the first and key lesson, the first takeaway is we need to have a proactive public administration approach. Public administration has always known how to enter the best possible contracts, and we would have appropriate data, symmetric data. There are hurdles in the way, but also access to a legitimate instrument that is institutional, as Marcela has shared, that will provide us with the opportunity to enter into a dialogue with the private sector. And by using this institutional instrument, we would, of course, interact with the private sector on a regular basis with transparency. And this is extremely relevant for investors who will have more clarity on the government's agenda, on the private sector's agenda, and the government's agenda. The private sector adds great value to the process if we are to enhance the process, and at the same time, we will be able to allocate funds to those projects that are more feasible. So one best practice for this takeaway is to resort to dialogue as much as we can with technical and responsible discussions. How? By clearly understanding the requirements and needs of the population, prioritizing them, defining a strategic plan, and more importantly, commitment towards the execution of the plan. So the dialogue will be the means to an end and not the end in itself. We have to be committed to continuity of the agenda whenever a project is feasible. And this commitment with the agenda will, of course, make this agenda available to the public administration, to the government. We will have solid grounds, and projects will have continuity, will not be tied to political will. And thinking about the success rate of these procedures, we should focus on capacity building and skills development by the Secretariat and the designers, the planners, who will be in charge of reviewing all of these things, of articulation, and we should also adopt best practices when defining these procedures. By speaking of which, these two landmarks we see on the slide reflect the need to adapt instruments to the actual requirements at a given place. So we need to bear in mind what is the ultimate goal. That is extremely relevant when it comes to defining the basic guidelines and models that will be attached to the document. In one case, we, of course, asked the question, what are the assumptions for this project on this topic? These were the basic assumptions for the proposals to be drafted upon. And then we also have a choice between PMI, PPMI. We have to do a market survey and look at whether there's an actual need for reimbursement, which is the best possible model for every case. So should bear in mind that best practices have been clearly defined, and the technical skills of these agents, of these players, will be key for the deployment of the projects. These are the examples we wanted to share, reflections of the possible routes we might take. We have a positive outlook, and these are key elements for both the government and the public sector. The
public-private interaction, when properly designed, may result in transforming projects that will have a positive impact on the population. Thank you.
Muchas gracias por compartir este día la experiencia tan interesante de Municipalidad de Sao Paulo. No vamos a poder dejar espacio de preguntas.
Thank you very much for sharing those perspectives, both of you, Marcela and Mariana. We don't really have that much time left over for questions, but we can perhaps just share, maybe request some additional information based on your experience. Fascinating comments and presentation. Now to conclude our third segment, the segment on governance, we now offer the floor to James Budd so that we can hear the province of Alberta's experience and the Canadians' experience. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm just going to share my screen here quickly. Everybody see my screen? Yes.
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. Great. Lo siento, mi español es horrible, so I'll continue in English. As a Canadian, I usually like to open these things with an apology. My name is James Budd. I'm the Executive Director of Alternative Capital Financing with the province of Alberta. And I'm here to talk a little bit today about our unsolicited proposals framework, some of the lessons learned and some of the success we've had through the process. So just want to go over a couple different things, super high level on public infrastructure roles in Canada to kind of give you a bit of a sense of where the province fits within the mix of public infrastructure roles, and then talk a little bit about our PPP unit and then our experience with unsolicited proposals. So in Canada, it's likely somewhat similar to various countries, but the federal government actually probably takes a bit of a lesser role in infrastructure development. The federal government sets policy, provides significant grant funding in a lot of different asset classes, does deliver projects around ports, some airports, interprovincial or international bridges actually. They often deliver these through the use of a crown corporation or state-owned enterprise. But they're a little bit less hands-on on the delivery aspects. A lot of that's passed down to the provinces and municipalities. So in Canada, provinces are responsible for health, education, road infrastructure, transportation infrastructure, where municipalities are more on the local side. They do a lot of the LRT systems. They work on really major complex projects of that nature. And then we also have First Nation partners that are very much involved in a lot of the projects we do here in Canada. Over the last few years, we've really pushed a kind of a truth and reconciliation agenda where we're including First Nations as key partners in a lot of different infrastructure projects. Here in Alberta, we're blessed with a couple different opportunities for First Nations, one of them being the Alberta Indigenous Opportunities Corporation. So it's a crown corporation or a government-owned entity that provides loan guarantees to First Nations to enable greater participation in infrastructure projects. And at the federal level, we also have the Canada Infrastructure Bank, which I work with probably daily on a lot of different initiatives, oftentimes with First Nations in Canada. And they can offer some really interesting financing solutions, including playing on the debt side of transactions, but also providing First Nations with loans on the equity side as well. So really interesting kind of mix we have of infrastructure delivery here in Canada, and I want to give you a bit of a perspective from my seat, which is on the province's side. So I'm part of the Alternative Capital Financing Partnerships Group. It's a lot of words and letters to say that we're the PPP unit for the province of Alberta. We deliver all kinds of different infrastructure projects. Right now, we're in market for a bundle of schools. There's hospital redevelopments. We're doing all kinds of different PPP projects. But part of the work that we do is the development and management of the unsolicited proposals framework. That's a document that's been around since 2020, and I can go into a little bit more detail about how that works. And then another part of the work that we do, which is related to the USPs and PPPs, is leveraging different kinds of alternative financing options. And that's typically around revenue generating projects and a lot of the work that we do with the Canada Infrastructure Bank. I could talk for hours on our work with the CIB, and if folks are interested in some of that work and the role that they play in providing concessional financing to really bring interesting projects to life, we can have that in a separate forum. So just the Unsolicited Proposals background here in Alberta. In 2020, we created the USP framework alongside of our PPP framework, 2 independent documents that are both approved by our provincial cabinet and endorsed by them. And they are currently in place, having undergone several different iterations over the past few years. So how we defined USPs is probably typically how most of folks on the call or in person there in Santiago would define a USP, basically a private entity engaging the public with an infrastructure project without receiving an explicit invitation or request. And some of the kind of high level considerations around our definition is that we don't want it to be something that's already been on a capital plan. We don't want it something that's already been considered or a decision's been made and they're kind of repackaging an idea or a project that there's already been a decision rendered. And also if something's under development by the province in various phases, we don't want to entertain any USPs of that nature, just given the fact that we've already prioritized it as a potential investment. I'm not going to go through the traditional procurement approaches and the USP approaches because you're all probably very well versed in that. So as I mentioned, we've been around since 2020 with the USP framework. We've gone through 3 iterations of it to really improve the framework, update information around definitions, certain definitions. We included updates around IP rights, which is obviously very, very important depending on the nature of a project. We've included a little bit more clarity around what works and what doesn't work. And I think really what we're trying to do here is strike a balance and create that market confidence to really ensure that we can get value and really get the private sector engaged and interested in providing interesting projects for consideration. We also included updates around things like indemnification and those kinds of clauses, but I won't bore you with all that fun stuff. So since 2020, we've received 26 USPs with an estimated capital value of 32 billion Canadian dollars. These have included rail projects, high-speed transportation initiatives that are not exactly rail, different kinds of school setups, a lot of different energy projects, and health facilities. I'm just looking through my list here. There's several other different kinds. There's a lot of different not-for-profits that have come forward with various solutions that don't fit well inside of current government programming around. It could be mental health needs. It could be continuing care for seniors and other different kinds of assets like that. So some of the high-level benefits of the framework that we've developed, I think really what's important to us is kind of the bottom bullets I have listed here. It's really around building that market confidence. The market's kind of working on sweat equity to pull together proposals. And we recognize that there's a sunk cost associated with that, absolutely. And we want to really provide, that transparent, standardized approach and guideline to really provide that confidence to the market that, one, there's a dedicated unit that's going to guide you and evaluate the proposal. We'll assemble a kind of multidisciplinary team across different ministries within the government, depending on the nature of the project. And we really want to do this to unlock a lot of private sector innovation. I've worked in the private sector on PPPs, for state-owned enterprises on PPPs, and with the national and provincial governments. And I think that sometimes the public sector thinks that we have all the ideas. We do have lots of excellent ideas, but at the end of the day, there's some really innovative ideas from around the world that we can really capture through a streamlined, effective process like the USP framework. Value creation. Another very important aspect. I'll touch a little bit on this as I talk about how we define success, but there's a ton of value that can be had through the USP process, whether it's leading to a public procurement, whether it's informing future program design, whether it's providing interesting and exciting ideas for other levels of government to enact or create. I think there's a lot of value that we see through the framework, given the multitude of proposals we've received. It's flexible and adaptable. You know, it's really challenging to try to strike that balance between creating that clear, transparent process while not creating a solicitation for a proposal. And that's why we don't, you know, we talk about guidelines and we talk about evaluation considerations, but it's not an RFP where you have evaluation criteria and those kinds of things. We do internally have those kinds of mechanisms, but it really depends on the kind of proposal and what the proponent is really seeking, because we receive proposals that, you know, aren't always for capital dollars. Sometimes they're looking for a guarantee on a project. Sometimes they're looking for land on a project. We have instances where the private sector is seeking a regulatory or legislative change to enable a project that wouldn't otherwise be feasible. So we get quite a varied grouping of requests that go into these kinds of things. So it's really hard to kind of peg them with specific evaluation criteria. Another thing is cost savings. So fundamentally what we want to see is if we're going to pursue a public project, that there's got to be an effective, you know, typically an effective cost savings into delivering that in a more traditional method. So links a lot to our PPP framework and how we evaluate proposals through that. So as I mentioned, some of the guiding principles, any of these projects, whether they're publicly owned or privately owned or some sort of quasi-ownership structure, we look for public interest. And again, it's a bit more of a qualitative type of aspect, but it's really, truly important to everything that we do. And I have spreadsheets that measure public interest and public benefit in very different asset classes. So we try to quantify these kinds of things, but again, it can be a bit challenging. But at kind of the heart of any of these proposals, we really have to have a strong public interest. Value for money. I think a lot of folks around the virtual table will be understand the value for money propositions and how they work. Canada has its own methodologies. The province of Alberta has their own methodology, which we use, and is applicable to certain kinds of infrastructure projects. So we want to ensure that there is value for money, and that links a lot to public interest. Affordability is also obviously a key concern, especially when you're dealing with public dollars. So anything that is put forward needs to really be affordable, and there's a different way of doing that. And we talk a little bit at the bottom of the slide here about fair market pricing, and then transparency and accountability are hugely important for us. So we try to create a transparent process so that proponents and the public understand the kinds of relationships that we're getting into through these projects. And as I mentioned previously, we see proposals across transportation, health, education, energy, telecommunications, and a few other interesting asset classes. So in terms of process, we do have a 4-stage process. This is a very oversimplified diagram here, and I'd argue that we'd actually have a 5-stage process. There's a really important kind of pre-submission stage, and I found a lot of value in this working with proponents. Is that we do have some open discussions with proponents that are looking at submitting a proposal with different kinds of ideas, whether it's a project that's kind of lower on your technology readiness scale and we need them to kind of get to a 8 or 9, or if it's something that hasn't really fully been thought through, then we can provide that open feedback early on in the process, kind of in a pre-submission type of format. So we've had a lot of really good discussions with proponents. We have some really interesting ideas, but they're really not developed fully. They haven't done the technical feasibility work. They haven't done some of the economic analysis on the project yet. So we really want to see something that's more of a fully baked business case, as opposed to something that's kind of a back of napkin idea. And that's a bit of an extreme example, but we really value these kind of pre-submission discussions that we have with proponents, and we can really kind of go through that in some detail and provide some open and honest feedback to proponents at that point. So once a proposal is submitted, it can be submitted year-round. It's not a cyclical intake. It can be submitted at any point in time. We would identify partners. We have a dedicated team internally to Alberta Infrastructure that evaluates these proposals, but we also bring in experts from various ministries to support the evaluation of USPs, whether it's health, education, energy, other various groups. We go through a compliance check, which we have in our guideline that really shows exactly what we want to see in a proposal, and the frameworks are available online, so we can certainly share the link with folks to get a sense of what we look for in our initial submission. Our second stage is a preliminary evaluation. This is actually we write preliminary, but it's quite a detailed evaluation that we go through. It can be somewhat of an iterative process with proponents. But again, it's working towards a ministerial recommendation. So every single USP that makes it to stage 2 goes through to a ministerial recommendation. So the Minister of Infrastructure, the head of the Ministry of Infrastructure, will work with his or her colleagues to inform that recommendation. If a project has received ministerial approval and obviously the government is very interested in pursuing it, we will look at the next phase, which is project development. We currently have 3 active USPs in project development right now. One's a really interesting project that kind of is cross-cutting continuing care, affordable housing, as well as post-secondary education, all within the same facility. There's also a revenue generation, retail, parking component to it as well. There's a couple of different interesting projects there. I noticed some of the other panelists talking about procuring advisors and doing the technical work. That would happen typically in stage 3. Ideally, a lot of that work would have been front-ended, apologies. But that would happen during stage 3 project development. It's really tricky stage because we're, as most of you will understand, are bound by our trade agreement obligations. We have several trade agreements at the national and provincial level, which ensure that we're going through open competition. And one of the areas that's really important that we address, especially in this phase, is called subsidy risk. So any perception that we're subsidizing one proponent over another, even though we're within a USP process, can be challenged under several different elements of our trade agreement obligations, so across several different agreements. So we have to manage this quite carefully. One of the projects we're working on right now, we've actually taken a step back from the proponent to say, we will fund, the government will fund this and own this piece of technical work in order to really understand how we want to proceed with the project. So that's a really important phase. We have project development agreements standardized that we use for this phase. Obviously, they have to be adapted heavily depending on the nature of the USP and how that would work. But this phase is really no USP will make it to this phase without a real keen interest from government, whether it's pursuing something with a proponent or pursuing something in a competitive nature. Obviously, our default position is competitive procurement and will always be competitive procurement. It's not the USP framework is not a sole source vehicle contracting mechanism. We use it to harness ideas, to implement projects. We reserve the right to do a whole bunch of different elements kind of as an outcome of the USP process. And I'll touch a little bit on my next slide about some of those outcomes. So stage 4 conclusion, this will really depend on the nature again of the USP, whether it's seeking some sort of regulatory change, which we would never contract for, that's just for consideration by government, or if it's any capital operating or licensing or any other different aspect, we'll go through those kinds of agreements. So there's a very tailored approach to how that stage 4 looks. So just very quickly, some of our evaluation considerations. If any of these considerations aren't met, it's kind of grounds for rejection. And I forgot to mention that within that USP simplified 4-stage process that I just presented, we can reject edit. We reserve the right to reject or remove someone from the process at any time. One of the things that I should mention is that we included in our latest revision of the USP framework is anti-lobbying provisions. We've certainly had our own issues with lobbyists once a proposal is submitted, trying to influence the outcome of proposals. So we reserve the right to remove proposals on that basis at any time throughout the process if there's any perceived lobbying activities going on. So that's at the discretion of the Minister of Infrastructure, and we would make those recommendations. So just on defining success. So we've to date, we've received 26 proposals. We've gone to the conclusion phase on 3 of those proposals. We have 3 in project development, 4 of them currently in the preliminary evaluation phase, and the 3 of them that have actually recently been submitted. So there are several different routes and paths that a USP can take. And as I mentioned before, our default is public procurement. So when the private sector is looking at this, some of the mindset that they've used here in Alberta is we can use the USPs process to potentially spark a procurement, which we are very well positioned to bid on. There's no preferential treatment created through that process, but there's an opportunity to really get the government to take a look at a project. Sometimes we'll see multiple projects across, if we're talking about rail infrastructure across the same corridor where there's a real interest in passenger rail, for example, or high-speed passenger transportation or something along those lines. So then we'll start to look at that a little bit more seriously and how we can kind of formulate that, in a public procurement. So defining success is really, really important. And it doesn't mean just awarding, money to a proponent to implement a project necessarily. Is a project getting built under, through this USP process. That could mean getting on a capital plan for a ministry where it's kind of removed from the USP process and then added, as part of a ministry's capital submission, and then that investment would go on to create a project that would be publicly procured. It could be different kinds of licensing agreements. It could be we reserve the right to use what's called a Swiss challenge model. We haven't used it to date. I'm sure lots of you are familiar with that, but basically it's kind of flipping a proposal over and on its side and having, and having a level of competition where proponents outside of this process can bid to see if they can beat or match or beat a proposal. There are a lot of legal pitfalls in there. I'm sure there's a lot of attorneys on the call that are probably scratching their heads to try to figure out exactly how that works. But we worked through it with ensuring that we meet, that it falls within all of our different legislative frameworks, but also ensure that it meets all of our procurement and trade agreement obligations as well. So it's one we haven't used yet, but we certainly reserve the right to use, and we are certainly considering it on a few of our USPs that exist at the moment.
James?
Yeah.
Yes, sorry, I have to ask you to consolidate your final ideas in 2 or 3 minutes, please.
Oh, I'm pretty much done though. Thank you. So defining success, I just want to leave you with one thing. There's a multitude of different paths. It's not just about, having a direct negotiation with a proponent to implement a public project. There are a multitude of ways to get to success. At the end of the day, we're trying to see public infrastructure get built, whether it's owned by the public or not. I think the real core component, an important component of this, is understanding that public benefit is at the core of all the things that we do. So I'll leave you with that point and pass it over to you. Thank you.
Excelente. Muchas gracias, James, por la presentación.
Excellent. Thank you very much, James, for your presentation. We are not going to be able to have questions. We're right on time with our agenda. So first I want to congratulate and thank all the panelists that we've had for their presentations, for their interesting ideas, challenges that have been posed. And I think that for the Latin American region, for Chile, for those of us that are connected and listening, this is the start of discussions and dialogues that will continue in order to fine-tune this tool that is very important within the framework of public-private alliances or partnerships. We have wanted to design in the agenda, just to close, to be able to have the words of Rodrigo Delgadillo. He is a member of the council, the Concessions Council of Chile, that, as I mentioned, they helped us prepare this agenda. So I want to give him the floor so that he could give us the vision and the motivation of the Chilean Concessions Council in regards to this and today's work. So, Rodrigo, you have the floor. Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Yes, yes, very well. Okay, good. Well, good afternoon. I'd like to start by expressing my appreciation for this event and thank the IDB and for its contact with our country, for the technical support that we've had in these public initiatives. I want to also thank the whole team of the IDB and Ancor and for generating this collaboration, the team of Juan Eduardo for contributing to the organization of the event, and also all our international participants from the different countries, because we've addressed topics that for the Concessions Council are highly relevant. The use of IP as a mechanism for the extraction of innovation, the efficiency of IP systems. So these are, or PPP systems, these are things that we've been discussing as a Concessions Council. I have a brief presentation. I'm going to see if I can share it. Can you see my presentation? No, we see your screen, your home screen. Okay, there we can. Okay, well, the information that I'm going to present here has been the result of the work that we've done throughout these years with María, Fernanda, Andrés López Globo, among others, and also some contributions from the council of the previous years, the Concessions Council. Now, just to give you context, the Concessions Council is a consultative character organization made up by 6 members, the Minister of Public Works, plus 5 members, and some of them have to have a very specific profile and a very specific profession, attorney, economist, a civil engineer. I'm the civil engineer of the council. And within their work, something that is related to what we're seeing today is to issue the prior report to declare the projects of private initiative as of public interest. So these challenges that we're talking about today, public initiatives, are framed within some challenges that we have identified as council in the Chilean concession system. For our country, the Chilean concession system has been an extremely important development, motor of development. In concessions, it's of over $28 million, and this represents an average investment of 0.4% of the GDP between 2005 and 2022. And if we want to put this in simpler terms, 14% approximately of what is invested in Chile in public infrastructure is done through PPPs. So therefore, it's something that is highly relevant for us. It's been very relevant for our development, and it is relevant for the Concessions Council and for the concessions system to project this towards the future in a sustainable way. And one of the challenges that we have detected in the Concessions Council and in the Concessions Directorate, there are some challenges to be able to project them towards the future in a sustainable way and to continue to have these benefits brought by public-private partnerships. A specific challenge that we've detected are needs for clear, transparent rates that are cross-cutting and to look beyond a list of projects, investment projects and concessions, and to have a good relationship with neighboring communities and adequate look or vision of territorial equality, intergenerational, and private initiative system, which is what brings us together here. So this will allow us to have a better validation of the system before society and will allow us to project this system towards the future to continue to reap the benefits that we've had in past years. So in this process of identification of challenges, we had discussions with different Chilean institutions involved in infrastructure, Council for Policies for Infrastructure, those that participated in constitutional processes, associations of architects, engineers, scholars, indigenous associations, to receive feedback on these challenges that we were identifying for sustainable projection of the concession system. And within the challenges of this discussion process and this internal analysis, we've identified some challenges that I tried to organize here on these slides, and some are directly related to social legitimacy of the concession system. And these are related to the national toll structure and with this work infrastructure or construction infrastructure, and also public relations, and to make all the benefits that we've had visible through our public-private partnerships. Other challenges are related to governance and others to institutional capacity. We have to strengthen some capacities in the General Concessions Directorate, and also within governance, there are also some aspects that could be improved or clarified. Social project valuation, when we have to have public financing or when public-private alliances are better, value for money, among others. And what gathers us here, private initiatives. And this was a challenge that we identified in this process of work with the council and with the concessions directorate. So that's what gathers us here. And in this context, and it's framed in this context. So our initial questions were very simple. Our challenges in private initiatives were, what do we expect from this PPP mechanism? Do we just want to cover the lack of technical and financial resources of the state? Do we want to endow with or provide new initiatives to this portfolio, this bids portfolio? Do we want to contribute with innovation to public infrastructure? Do we want to expand knowledge in the state with ideas that do not come from the state and are better from the private? Also in terms of planning and constructive terms, these are the questions that we have posed. And after that, once we've defined this, we find why we want this. How do we define the public problems where private contributions are needed? What is the contribution that we're expecting from the private sector? Then how to adjust the incentives of the mechanism with the objectives that we are seeking? So these were the questions that came up once we started this analysis. They're very simple. They were very simple questions. And within our context, some numbers, maybe you saw these this morning in the first presentations. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to be here, but in the context of what we're seeing, to 2023, over 500 private initiatives had been presented. 69 had been declared of public interest, which is the first part of the process, and then only 24 had been bid on, and of these, 2 were not feasible. So this talks about some of the challenges that we wanted to see. This efficiency in the system in regards to the initiatives that have been presented and that have been tendered. This is something healthy, and these rejections, where did they occur? During the first phases of the project with low costs or further on with higher costs? So these are important questions that we asked ourselves. Other challenges were the stages that have a private initiative in Chile have a phase of presentation where the idea comes with a form with very basic development. Then we have the proposal studies with detailed engineering, and finally the bidding process. And these phases of presentation, both presentation as well as the proposal studies, can take several years. Both the presentation can take several years, and these proposal studies on average from 5 to 8 years. And this is interesting and important to identify deficiencies in the flow of the project and propose possibilities for improvement, and to learn from the international experiences also in this efficiency of the system.
There's some other data from our private initiative that includes the diversity of the proposers, the majority of them with only 1 PI, except for 4. And not only just from the region as to how we develop the initiatives from the municipalities, for example. That's something we're also looking at in this workshop. That's a part of it. One of the challenges that we've been addressing during the last regulatory amendments. There were some amendments that were made in the area of PIs, and we allowed flexibility in terms of including PIs in the same bidding process, but there are many areas that we still need to address. We need to improve the presentation forms, and we know that the IDB hosted a workshop to deal with that. Also, the awarding process, innovation, how we define that, what projects would be really reserved for the public as well as private sector. And we also talked about earlier the PI's development. So we had an initiative, a joint initiative with the IDB, where we had a workshop last year, October 12, 2023, where we had our first discussions with the concessions board, and we have been discussing this webinar, what would be the most relevant topics to share international experiences. And so these were the subjects that came up that were considered the most relevant and we thought were worth getting to know during this first initiative, including mechanisms for attracting innovations, also the efficiency of PI systems. I think many of the results from this have been highly relevant with regards to the concessions board. So I want to thank the organization of concessions, the General Office of Concessions, the IDB, for having hosted this, and also all of those who have provided their inputs. I know we've tried to compress a lot of topics in a very short amount of time, but we'd like to continue to share our perspectives and background with you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Rodrigo. I would also like to express our appreciation to the entire concessions board, and I'd like to just state to those of you from the Office of Concessions, the director, we'd like to thank all of you for your contributions. I'd also like to thank all of our panelists, our international panelists from Australia, Canada, South Korea, Peru, Brazil, so that we could have these multilateral discussions that I think they enrich our best practices sharing. I'd like to thank all of the team that has been providing us support here in person, as well as all of our colleagues online, Maria Alejandra, and the rest of the team. I'd like to thank all of you, and we will continue to work on this very ambitious agenda. Thanks again, and have a great afternoon. Thank you.